A farmer tending his fields in rural Indiana one balmy winter day in November 1993 thought nothing of his morning activities. He was going to climb into his combine and work the fields like he always did each morning. However, that day on November 6, 1993, would not be like any other day. Shortly after starting his morning work, in his own words, he noticed a black mass lying in between the rows of corn. He climbed down from his combine to remove what he initially thought to be a bag of trash or some other rubbish. To his absolute horror, the black mass in front of his farm equipment was not a trash pile, but rather a decaying human corpse. Soon after alerting local authorities, the sheriff's office thought that the body might be that of a missing Georgetown, Illinois girl by the name of Jessica Roach. Jessica had been reported missing on the afternoon of September 20th, 1993, as she was walking alongside her bicycle near her rural Illinois home. Though about 50 miles away from Georgetown, with so few homicides and even fewer disappearances, local authorities had a sneaking suspicion that the body was that of Jessica. Once police had recovered her body, which had been mauled by other farm machinery at some point in time in the past that had also severed its head, the remains were sent off to the state's leading forensic pathologist in Terre Haute, Indiana. When the medical examiner first looked at the body, he thought it could not be Jessica due to the severe state of decomposition. However, local authorities in Georgetown, Illinois were almost positive that the unidentified body was that of 15-year-old Jessica Roach. When the sheriff that had jurisdiction over Georgetown asked Jessica's parents for her dental records, they were dismayed that these records did not exist. However, her mother had an ace up her sleeve. When Jessica was a little girl, the same sheriff's office had sent officers to the local elementary school to teach the kids about what law enforcement does. As part of the visit, each child was fingerprinted, and, by a small miracle, Jessica's mom had kept the fingerprint card over a decade later. Once the medical examiner in Indiana had Jessica's fingerprint card, he was able to compare the lone usable fingerprint recovered from the body. Unfortunately for her parents, it was a match. The young and vivacious Jessica Roach had met a brutal and violent end just after a short 15 years on this earth. Her whole future was thrown away, just like her murderer had dumped her in that Indiana cornfield. With Jessica's body now positively identified, it was up to the area's chief investigator, Gary Miller, to solve her murder. Unbeknownst to him at the time, it would be his doggedness and determination that would open the floodgates into possibly one of the nation's most prolific, yet unknown serial killers. Even though Miller had Jessica's remains, he had little else. The best evidence that he had were several witnesses that had reported a two-tone Dodge van with out-of-state license plates that had been seen cruising the area in the days before and the day of Jessica's disappearance. His best eyewitness came later from a local Indiana man who had seen that same Dodge van parked alongside the road next to the cornfield where Jessica was later found. Beyond the man being Caucasian and of short height with a stocky build, there was nothing else for Miller to go on. That was until the following spring. On March 29, 1994, two local teenage girls were walking home near the small college town of Marion, Indiana. As the two 14-year-olds were walking alongside Indiana Wesleyan University, they saw a strange man driving slowly in a two-tone Dodge van. At first, thinking the man might have been just looking for somewhere to park or pull into, the girls did not think anything of it. However, after a couple of blocks of the van following slowly behind them, they noticed that the driver was seemingly following them. Becoming more perturbed at the sight of the man, the girls began walking faster and faster to escape the man. The driver then sped up and pulled alongside the girls. As he lowered his window, they took off running. Thankfully for them, the girls were not far from their homes and quickly got home out of breath and terrified. The girls told one of their fathers, who immediately hopped into his truck and began looking for the would-be abductor. After cruising the streets of Marion for a short while, he spotted the van and wrote down its license plate. The father then began a short vehicle pursuit of the man, but lost him when he abruptly turned into a side alley and was gone. However, that would not be the end of that man's evening. After reporting the suspicious behavior to the police and the license plate the father had written down, local authorities in the Marion area were all issued a be on the lookout for the mysterious van. Later that evening, police officers patrolling nearby Gas City, Indiana, about 10 minutes away from Marion, spotted the van. Responding officers approached carefully. With guns drawn, the men were leery of the suspect as he had been accused of an attempted kidnapping. After approaching the driver's side of the van, officers were greeted with the stunned face of 33-year-old Larry Dwayne Hall. After securing Hall and placing him into custody, the police searched his van to see if there were any victims inside. While no one else was inside, what officers found was extremely troubling and what soon got the attention of both Indiana and Illinois detectives. Inside the van is what only can be described as a rape kit. A large hunting knife, a ski mask, duct tape, rope, several belts, several rags, condoms, and 2 cans of starter fluid were all located in the cargo compartment. But what was even more chilling were the documents found. Taped alongside the wall of the van was a missing persons poster for a young college student named Tricia Rietler. Tricia had disappeared one evening walking back to her dorm from nearby IWU exactly a year to the day and had not been seen since. Also inside were several pornographic magazines with the name Tricia Rietler on them, along with some IWU stationery with her name on it. The women in the magazine cutouts also had what appeared to be nooses tied around their necks, blood coming out of their mouths, and blacked-out teeth drawn in a way to signify that they had been knocked out. Obviously, Gas City police were stunned at what they had discovered. At first, not knowing what to charge him with, they initially hauled him off to county jail for his license plate not matching the vehicle registration. During the interrogation into Tricia's disappearance, Hall confessed to murdering and burying Tricia. He then told police where they could find her body. However, when police went to the area where he said he had buried her, no body could be found. With no hard evidence linking Hall to the crime, he was let go since police thought he was just a wannabe suspect who was eerily fascinated with the case. But who was Larry Hall? After all, Hall had not been a suspect in Tricia's disappearance. However, local police in Marion and Wabash began to dig into who exactly this Hall character was. Hall and his identical twin Gary were born on December 11, 1962. After a difficult delivery that included Hall being diagnosed with a twin transfusion, that's where one identical twin starts to become parasitic towards the other in the womb, Hall lived a very abnormal childhood. His father was the caretaker of the Falls Cemetery in Wabash, Indiana. His job was not only to take care of the grounds, but also to dig the graves and bury the corpses of the recently departed. Probably due to the macabre nature of his work, his father drank heavily and was seen as gruff and antisocial. His mother was no better off. Known for her quick temper, narcissism, and laziness, the Hall brothers' mother was best recognized for the horrible conditions she kept in the already old house they lived in on the cemetery grounds. While the house itself may have been old, it was a beautiful home and had a huge backyard with surrounding woods that the boys could lose themselves inside. However, there was always the specter of the thousands of graves that lie in front of the home that gave it such an eerie, gothic feeling. Perhaps taking after their fathers and the home's personality, the brothers were known to be unruly even from a young age. Their childhood friends noted they often liked to play harmful pranks on people in the town. Sometimes they would leave a wallet full of money in the road attached to a string. When passers-by would see it, they'd stop and try to pick up the wallet, only for the two boys to pull it away. Another prank involved something similar, but more macabre. The two brothers dressed up a mannequin to look like a dead body. They would then leave it on the side of the road as cars drove by. When the police would inevitably show up, they would find that the body had been moved, only to reappear somewhere else later that night. The only real trouble the boys got into growing up was one time when they broke the storefront windows of some shops on Main Street. A witness identified one of the friends they were with and he soon told police that his friends had also gotten involved. Why this act of petty vandalism might seem insignificant, how it played out was a harbinger of what was to come when real legal trouble came knocking at Larry's doorstep. When police questioned the brothers, they stood firm that their friend had done it, and only after intense police interrogation did they admit their guilt. Officers would later recall that despite their young age, the duo performed better than even hardened criminals under police interrogation. True to form, their mother and father protected the boys, stating that it was only their friend that must have broken the windows. The judge did not buy it, and the Hall brothers had to fork over $500 to fix the windows. Despite this minor vandalism incident, the two stayed out of trouble for the rest of their adult lives until police investigated Larry for Jessica's and Tricia's cases. According to classmates, while both boys were loners, Larry was the shy, quiet one. He loathed public attention and was often mocked for his robotic-sounding voice. Though he was noted to have defended himself in fights on several occasions, Larry Hall was by no means outgoing or confrontational, unlike his brother Gary. Gary was everything that his brother Larry was not. Confident, athletic, and outgoing, Gary Hall had no problems getting girlfriends. However, as Larry Hall's friends would later attest, Larry never once had a girlfriend, despite longing for one and not being homosexual. What Larry lacked in his knowledge about women and dating, he made up for it with his love of fixing up cars. One of their father's close friends loved to work on old cars. He made much more money than their family, and he allowed the boys to tinker with them in getting stock cars fixed up to become race cars. Known as street rods for taking commercial, off-the-shelf cars and modifying them, the two, especially Larry, took a great liking to refurbishing and customizing vehicles. The two were known around the area as street rod fanatics, and when they were not in school, they were working on modifying cars. Even though they had little money, sometimes not even enough to put gas in the cars they worked on, the two had a great liking for racing and cruising around in the cars they helped create. About the time the twins were finishing high school, their father was let go from his job as the cemetery caretaker. While church officials had been leery of his heavy drinking throughout the years, they had tolerated it as long as he did his job well. However, it was not until it was discovered that the elder Hall had actually started putting the wrong people in the wrong graves that he was eventually fired. Because the house they lived in was tied to the job, the Hall family was forced to relocate to a run-down part of Wabash where they essentially lived in a one-bedroom shack. Not wanting to live like that, Gary Hall moved in with and eventually married the woman that would become his first wife. Larry was stuck living at home in the filth and squalor that his parents kept their new home in as well. For Larry, he wanted to still keep to himself. The best way he found to do this was by taking up a janitorial job where he got to clean buildings and office spaces at night. While doing his janitor job, Hall was noted as a hard worker and could be trusted at all times in any building he was at. In fact, he was so trusted that the buildings he worked at stopped paying for security guards and would let him lock up the place when he was done. He would also just report the number of hours worked and not have to clock in or out. During the day, Larry Hall decided that he wanted a new hobby besides fixing up cars. He got this inspiration from several television exposés on Civil War reenacting during the early 1980s. Intrigued by not only the fact of the lifestyle, but that each soldier got to create their own backstory and live a new life, Larry Hall was instantly hooked on the idea. After saving up enough money to buy his first uniform and replica rifle, he got his brother Gary interested in the hobby as well. Soon, the two joined the local reenacting group and started traveling the country to any reenactments they could. As part of Hall's entrance into this new persona, he began to dress and act like the soldier he emulated, even when he was not reenacting. He did this by growing the iconic pair of sideburns associated with period facial hair trends. These highly noticeable pieces of facial hair were inspired by the infamous Ambrose Burnside, who was also a local to the area. In Hall's mind, he wanted to eventually work his way up through the reenacting ranks to become General Burnside. However, his short height of 5 feet 4 inches and pudgy build would eventually prevent him from taking on this persona. For the time being, he'd have to be satisfied with his role as a private in the infamous Iron Brigade. As the years went on during the 1980s, the two brothers got into a routine. They'd work during the week and, on the weekends, travel to whatever reenactment they could. Because the reenactments made the soldiers camp out, they'd save money this way and traveled frequently. Their travels even took them to the sets of two famous movies, Glory and Gettysburg. Because their reenacting group was considered not only one of the most authentic, but also represented one of the most legendary formations in the Union Army, the group was invited to participate as extras in both films. While the brothers performed on set for both pictures, only Gary would get a momentary shot on the big screen when he was seen scrambling down a hill during a battle scene in Gettysburg. While police were not able to connect the dots at the time, whenever the twins left town for a reenactment, there appeared to be a strange correlation between missing and murdered women in the little towns the two traversed throughout the Midwest and South. This correlation would eventually tie Larry Hall to the dozens of homicides he's suspected of committing. But this connection would come years down the road. For now, Detective Miller was interested in just one homicide, that of Jessica Roach. During the 6 months that came after his March 1994 arrest and alleged murder confession, the little town of Georgetown, Illinois had two other attempted abductions of young girls. In both cases, witnesses told the same story of a Caucasian man driving a two-tone van, stopping to ask girls if they wanted a ride. For both attempted abductions, the license plate came back to Larry Hall. When Miller contacted Wabash authorities to ask if they knew Hall, their first question to him was if there had been any reenactments in the Georgetown area during the time Jessica disappeared. When Miller started doing some digging, he found that there had not been any Civil War reenactments, but there had been a Revolutionary War one just a few miles up the road from Jessica's house that very weekend. While Hall had been a Civil War reenactor most of his adult life, after his brother Gary stopped going to as many events after his first daughter's birth and subsequent remarriage, he started attending Revolutionary War events as well. Miller spoke to several people who had attended that event, as well as members from his reenacting unit. They all said that Hall would frequent Revolutionary War events in his Civil War regalia and stuck out like a sore thumb because of it. With these eyewitness statements in hand, Miller knew he had to speak with Hall right away about the homicide. Almost a year to the day of when Jessica's body was discovered, on November 2, 1994, Detective Miller arrived in Wabash to speak with Hall. Before arriving in Wabash, Miller had spoken with local detectives who were well aware of the creepy reputation Hall had acquired. While he had been charged recently with stalking a local Indiana woman, he had no other active cases against him. Local authorities had also warned that Hall was a very shy and elusive character. Whenever he faced any pressure, he'd clam up like a turtle and stop talking. Because of this, Miller would have to take a friendly and likable approach to the suspected murderer. However, that would change when he met detectives at the station, who told him they would be meeting across the street in an empty conference room at City Hall. The change of venue was not something Miller wanted or planned on doing. After all, getting a meek and mellow guy like Hall in a room where he could speak one-on-one would more likely elicit a confession than a panel-style interview. Nonetheless, though this was his suspect, it was not his town. Shortly after meeting with Hall, he was surprised at just how shy he really was. With a downward gaze and soft voice, Hall looked and acted like a child who had been caught stealing a cookie from the cookie jar. Only, it was not. Though it may not look like it, Hall was suspected of murder and may have killed or abducted many more women. Perhaps this non-confrontational air about him convinced so many women that he was not a threat. While Miller could speculate all he wanted on other cases at a later time, for now he had to focus on Jessica. The conversation with Hall did not go anywhere anytime soon. Even though Hall had violently recoiled at Jessica's picture, Hall categorically denied anything to do with Jessica, her murder, and even being in Georgetown. The interview seemed to be going nowhere until the Wabash detectives chimed in. One of them told Hall to relate to Miller about the dreams he was having, and it was then that he started to talk. According to Hall, he had these horrible dreams where he abducts, rapes, and murders women. When asked about these dreams, Hall can give startling details. When Miller asked Hall to relate his dream about Jessica, the answer was startling. Hall said that he saw Jessica walking alongside her bike on a country road in Georgetown, Illinois. He asked her if she wanted a ride, and she agreed to that. Once in the van, he said that he kind of blacked out. The next thing he remembers is that they were both naked in the back of the van. He assumed that they had sex. At this point, Hall says that he panics and does not know what to do with her. He goes to a cornfield, leads her out of the van naked, and brings along 2 belts. He does not want to see her face when he kills her, so he puts her up against a tree, ties the belt around her neck, and squeezes it until he can no longer hear her struggling. While stunning, Hall is quick to remind the detectives that this is all just a dream. He never actually did anything of this, even though he has some incredible details. When pressed further, Hall does not want to talk about it anymore. Though there's great evidence, Miller still wants something physical connecting him to the crime. After all, the police in Gas City had considered him a wannabe when they believed he had falsely confessed to the abduction and murder of Tricia 6 months earlier. Armed with this confession, he then decided to get the FBI involved. Why Miller got the FBI involved is because he felt that the various police agencies in central Indiana were not doing enough to put Hall behind bars. Miller knew deep down that this guy was a serial killer, but that he could only work to solve the homicide local to his jurisdiction. Even though there's no federal homicide statute, Miller approached the FBI in Illinois to assist with the investigation, since Hall had traveled across state lines to commit this particular homicide. The FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office readily agreed. Miller was able to get a search warrant approved quickly to search the 2 vans Hall owned, along with the ramshackle hut he shared with his parents. He still wanted to conduct more interviews with FBI agents, but this would have to wait until the polygraph examiner arrived. For the time being, they'd need to seize whatever evidence they could. When agents searched Hall's van and room, they found some of the most damning physical evidence to date. While there was no direct physical evidence to link him to the murders of Jessica or Tricia, they did find plenty of circumstantial evidence. Like the March traffic stop, they found a similar mobile rape kit in his van. They also found more pornographic pictures with similar things drawn on them. They also found a birth control prescription bottle of another missing Indiana woman underneath the front passenger seat. But it was what he wrote down that most shocked investigators. Written on various notepads and scraps of paper, Hall had taken detailed notes, plans, and instructions to himself for committing rapes and homicides. Instructions like, no body contact, buy condoms, clean carpet a van, cut out bloodstains, were found written down. He also had taken detailed notes of surrounding Indiana counties on places to stalk women. For example, in Marion by the IWU campus, he'd scribbled notes like, lots of singles walking here. They take 44th and 43rd Street a lot. Must be campus housing nearby. Such a statement like this was damning, since this is almost the exact spot where Tricia was last seen alive near the IWU campus. Even more damning than the notes was the map. On a map of Indiana, Hall had put 2 red dots on it. These red dots just so happened to correlate to where Jessica's body had been dumped. This was the circumstantial evidence they would need to convict Hall of Jessica's murder. Armed with the evidence collected from the van, Miller and an FBI agent went to interview Hall again about Jessica and Tricia's murder. Faced with the evidence against him, Hall decided to talk again. Hall related a similar story about abducting and killing Jessica. Only this time, he mentioned a detail only the killer would have known. He said that she had a 10-speed bicycle and put it in his van. The fact that she had this kind of bicycle had never been made public. He also admitted to the murder of Tricia. According to Hall, in this supposed dream, he saw Tricia and he started talking to her. He claims that even though he pulled a knife on her, she willingly got into the van and had sex with him. When they were having sex, he said that he left his body and blacked out again. When he woke up, she was dead. He then went home, got a shovel and a hacksaw, and went into his van to dismember Tricia. After cutting up her body, he went and buried her near a local river. Eager to corroborate the story, he told investigators again where she'd been buried. The search would eventually turn up nothing, again. However, despite not having any hard evidence, the U.S. Attorney's Office, with Prosecutor Beaumont leading the government's case, wanted to charge him with what they could for now, the kidnapping and rape of Jessica Roach. Unfortunately for the government, this would be the last statement they got out of Hall before the trial. When Miller met up with Hall the next morning to take him to jail in Illinois, he told Miller that after speaking with his brother last night, he probably should not talk. Even though Miller would speak to Hall during the several-hour car ride non-stop, it was all about Civil War and car topics rather than the murders. What Miller did not know was the damage really done that night after he had called his brother Gary. Years later, in interviews with the media, Gary claimed that his brother told him to relay a message to his father to clean out any of his things the police did not find in the house and property. Gary said his father knew where these things were, and he spent the next several days burning numerous garbage bags full of items. The only thing that Gary would later claim he saw getting burned was a map that covered the states of Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin on it that was covered in red dots. But Miller and the FBI had no idea at the time that such vital evidence linking Hall to so many other murders was being destroyed as they spoke. All they knew was that they had an uphill battle against Hall in court. In deciding what to go to trial with, Beaumont decided not to charge Hall with the murder itself. Rather, he charged Hall with traveling across state lines for the sexual gratification of a minor. The trial was a slugfest between Beaumont and Hall's own high-powered defense attorney. Critical to the defense was their argument that all of Hall's statements had either been coerced or had been embellished because the police gave him the attention no one else did. However, this plan backfired even before Hall took the stand in his own defense. Not only had Hall demonstrated he had known key details like what kind of bicycle Jessica had and the map with the dump site marked, details only the killer could have known, but Hall's own testimony derailed his credibility. Before taking the stand, his lawyer argued how susceptible Hall was to coercion. Yet on the stand, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with one of the best prosecutors in the Midwest. His snarky comments, quick comebacks, and unwavering commitment to his denial of ever seeing Jessica Roach proved to the jury just how cunning Hall really was. The jury saw right through his act and sentenced him to the maximum punishment allowable, life in prison. While Hall may have lost his fight for freedom, he did win in how he was to serve his sentence. He had demonstrated enough to the court for the judge to order Hall to serve his time in a federal mental institution in Missouri for evaluation and classification, since he was considered a vulnerable inmate. This, of course, still infuriated Beaumont and prosecutors in Indiana and Illinois, who still suspected Hall of murdering at least Tricia and probably many more. With Hall locked away, Beaumont and Miller did not forget about trying to get information out of Hall. They most importantly wanted to solve Tricia Rietler's murder, since they believed they had the most evidence for that due to his 2 confessions. However, they had no body and no physical evidence. When Beaumont was relating this to a fellow federal DEA agent one day, he suggested an inmate that could help Beaumont get what he needed: Jimmy Keene. Keene had been a popular high school football star in his small town in Illinois. After riding the high from his teenage glory years, he soon found himself headfirst in the drug smuggling world due to his popularity, good looks, and strong personality. After almost 2 decades of living the high life, Keene's world came crashing down. After losing his houses, cars, money, and 10 years of freedom, Keene was in a bad way. This was exacerbated by the fact that his father was in failing health, and he may not live long enough to see him free. That's why when he was summoned to Beaumont's office, the same man that had put him away, he was stunned at the deal he offered him. In exchange for befriending Hall in Springfield, Missouri, and extracting the location of Tricia's body, Beaumont would have his sentence reduced to time served. Keene jumped at the idea. His FBI handlers got Keene set up with a new identity and backstory to get him transferred to the prison hospital in Springfield. No one in the prison knew his true purpose except for the lead psychiatrist. His FBI handlers advised him to stay low for a while since Hall would frighten easily. However, his love for his father and desire to be released overruled what the FBI told him. Within hours of entering the prison, he purposefully bumped into Hall and introduced himself. Soon, Keene gained Hall's trust over the next several weeks after asking to eat breakfast each day with him and eventually meeting him in the library in the afternoons. It was only after gaining his trust that he started to question him about his cases. For months, Hall refused to acknowledge why he was really there. He claimed he had been there for weapons violations and flat out refused to say what he did. After winning him over about how he hated women too, which was a lie, did Keene really start to get some truth out of Hall? After months of asking Hall about what really happened, he finally opened up about what he did. He said that after getting Jessica into his van, he tried to kiss her. When she refused and started fighting back, he put a cloth rag that had chloroform on it over her mouth. He then moved her to the back of his van, where he says he must have had sex with her. Once finished, he said she began to cry for her mother, and then he panicked. He tried to find a way to get back to Indiana, but kept running into dead ends. He finally found the field where he was going to kill her, and after putting her up against the tree, he said he took 2 belts and a stick through them to twist around her neck like a tourniquet. When he came clean about Tricia, he said this time, after initially being friendly with her, he pulled a knife on Tricia and she willingly got into his van. When he tried to kiss her and take her clothes off, she started fighting him. He then claims he blacked out, but when he awoke, she was dead and had several bloodstains on her clothes. He then folded the clothes into a pile in the park he assaulted her in and went home. Unknown to Keene, this statement matched the only physical evidence recovered, since a week after her abduction, her clothing was found where Hall said it should be. He then tells the same story about dismembering and burying her body. The day after Tricia's confession, Keene decided to see what else he could get out of Hall. As he was walking by the prison workshop, he saw Hall in there without a guard blocking the door. He decided to go in to surprise Hall. As he was coming up behind him, he could see a map of Indiana and Illinois that was covered in red dots. Hall became startled when he realized Keene was behind him and instantly covered the map. When Keene asked him what he was doing, he saw that Hall had made a dozen or so falcons. These wood-carved falcons were very intricate and ornate. Hall told Keene that the falcons watched over the dead for him and that they were looking out for them. He then said he was sending these to his brothers so he could place them for him. Not wanting to press his luck any further, Keene slipped away and went to tell the FBI what he just said. Later that night, Keene went into Hall's cell and told him what he really thought about how disgusting and vile Hall was as a person. During this tirade, Hall's eyes got as big as dinner plates, and he just kept repeating, "Beaumont sent you! Beaumont sent you!" The next day, Keene was whisked out of his cell and thrown into solitary confinement for harassing Hall. It would take several weeks for the FBI to bail him out. Once out of Springfield, Beaumont gave Keene a polygraph about his testimony, and he passed with flying colors. However, the FBI later stated that neither the falcons nor the map had ever been recovered. What happened to them has remained a mystery. What's also remained a mystery are the fates of all the women he's suspected or could have murdered. Hall has granted several interviews throughout the years and as recently as 2010. During these interviews, including a 2010 one with his brother Gary where he admitted to 15 homicides in 7 states, he's given details that have made investigators throughout the country hopeful about some of their cold cases. In several cases, Hall has given details only the killer could have known. However, despite his numerous confessions, Hall has retracted each and every one as being him relating to dreams. Perhaps because he keeps having these dreams, he's still incarcerated in different federal mental institutions. While investigators remain hopeful that future confessions are still a possibility, there's been no public traction made toward the dozens of cases Hall is suspected to be linked to. According to the FBI, they firmly believe he's linked to as many as 50 murders, with more estimates placing his body count around 3 dozen. Despite all this attention, Hall has never actually been charged with a single murder. Why this has never happened still remains a mystery. Perhaps investigators around the country feel content that after exhausting all his appeals, Hall will remain behind bars for the rest of his life. Nothing they could do as an office will change that, and maybe that's good enough for them, considering how difficult it was to prosecute Hall for just Jessica's murder. However, that is simply not good enough for the families of his victims. Hall should be investigated and prosecuted for as many murders as can be proven in court, if not for ensuring he stays in prison, but for the simple fact that the families of the women he killed deserve closure. Released from prison in September 2003, the first priority of Yoo Young chul as a free man was to round up stray dogs and club them to death. Such practice would make his killing perfect. Prison changes people. Some for the best. The illiterate become readers of books. The sinner gains spirituality, or the person without direction finds a calling. For others, prison changes them for the worst. The environment becomes a breeding ground for racism, a finishing school for thieves, or a galvanizing experience that hardens the convict into a permanent outsider even when freedom is finally tasted. Yoo Young chul was a changed man when he was released from the Jeonju Detention Center. The prison experience was nothing new since he spent most of his adult life in the South Korean correctional system. He entered prison as a married man and left as a single man. His wife divorced him in May of 2002. That was one factor that's attributed to shifting his criminal mindset. While serving time for robbery and non-consensual sex, Yoo studied the life and crimes of Yoo Young, another serial killer who murdered 9 wealthy victims in Busan, Ulsan, and other cities in the Gyeongnam province from June 1999 to April 2000. The murders committed by Jong were simply part of his daytime robberies. At the time of his capture, he was quoted as saying he had an urge to rob houses that were equipped with security cameras. He later said, "I may have the devil inside me." He targeted wealthy residences, and if a person was home, they would be stabbed to death. There would be no witnesses. During his spree of robberies and murders, Jong held a woman for ransom, robbed 13 homes, and killed 9 people. Some of them were elderly victims. He amassed approximately $100,000 from his break-ins. Yoo Young was 31 years old when he began his 10-month killing spree, and he started it as soon as he was released from prison. Following the story of Jong, Yoo felt the wealthy were the causes of all that's wrong with Korean society and were the people to blame for his life's misery. He would beat them like dogs. He planned to kill over 100 people. Police investigations of the serial killings of Yoo Young chul would later reveal that he was a methodical man. His forethought was extraordinary, and his attention to detail was superb. The physical act of bludgeoning a human was no exception. He needed to practice up for such violence. Yoo was experienced with death and violence from his practice on dogs. His weapon of choice was a homemade hammer, and his victims of choice needed to meet certain criteria that would develop into his modus operandi. South Korean government statistics from 2003 show that 50.6% of South Koreans are of Christian faith. There are so many churches in Korea that you can see one every few blocks, and glowing from the steeples are bright red neon crosses. The neon crosses add to a gothic and futuristic cityscape reminiscent of the films The Crow and Blade Runner. Mid-morning on September 24, 2003, Yoo rode the subway to Apchujongdon Station, the most affluent district in Seoul. From there, he walked the streets of the Sinsa neighborhood, looking for a church. Once he spotted one, he searched nearby for an expensive-looking house, something that would indicate that its owners were wealthy. The house he picked looked easy to break into. A common feature of most 2-story houses in Korea is a walled area around the house that forms a courtyard. Most homeowners use this space to cultivate bonsai trees, raise herbs and potted plants, or to have their very own micro-patch of grass amidst the concrete blight of urban Seoul. The outer wall is usually between shoulder to head level, and a 2-door gate beckons you inside. The house Yoo cased fit that profile. It was situated at the entrance of an alley near the main road. It had a little garden behind the wall and no security system. It seemed the only people that lived there were an elderly couple. He watched the house for 10 minutes before making his move. Wearing gloves, he climbed over the back wall and entered through the front door. He was armed with his homemade hammer and a knife with a 6-inch blade. The elderly couple at home was Mr. Lee, a 72-year-old honorary Sukmyung University professor, and his 68-year-old wife. Yoo went up to the second floor to check if other people were there and found no one. He came down the stairs, entered the master bedroom, and stabbed the professor in the throat. His wife, Mrs. Lee, screamed in horror, and bizarrely, Yoo tried to calm her, telling her everything was okay. When she reached over to hold her bleeding husband, Yoo smashed in their skulls with his hammer. He checked to make sure the victims were dead, locked the bedroom door, and left through the front door. Using a towel taken from the house, he tried to clean the blood off his pants, and then he remembered his knife. He left it back in the locked bedroom. Back inside, he kicked open the locked door, fetched his knife, and put it in his bag. Yoo noticed he left his footprint on the door, and he was able to partially remove it. To confuse the police, he flung open a wardrobe and tossed the contents about. He stole no money or jewelry. Back at Apju-Jongdong Station, he cleaned himself up and washed off his bloody tools in the subway restroom. On October 9th, Yoo took the subway to Bulgwang Station and took a taxi to Gugi Tunnel. He walked until he found a church, and then he found an expensive-looking house in the affluent neighborhood. He noticed there was no security system, and it had a surrounding wall and an inner garden. He watched the movement of people inside through the window and then climbed the wall wearing gloves. He landed in some fine gravel, then walked over it, careful of noise, with his homemade hammer in hand. Perhaps Grandmother Kang heard the front door open as she stepped out of the bathroom and was looking to see who came home. Yoo smashed the 85-year-old woman 3 or 4 times in the head near the front door. At that moment, the mother came down the stairs into the living room. Yoo kicked her twice in the stomach and asked the 60-year-old housewife if there were more people in the house. Mrs. Lee said that her husband and son were upstairs, and Yoo hammered her skull until he was certain she was dead. Scrambling up to the second floor, Yoo ran into Mr. Go, the 35-year-old son, and forced him to kneel down. Yoo hit him 8 to 9 times until his skull caved in and left him on the stairs. He looked around the second floor but couldn't find Mrs. Lee's husband. While searching the house, Yoo found a safe and scattered various contents around to disguise the crime scene as a robbery. He double-checked to make sure no one was still alive, and then he cleaned his footprints with a towel. Yoo walked back to the Gugi Tunnel and took a taxi back to Bulgwang Station. On October 16th, Yoo hopped on the subway to Solung Station. He walked the Samsung neighborhood of the Gangnam district, known as one of Seoul's wealthier areas, until he found a church, and then scouted a house with a big garden and a surrounding wall that bordered a narrow alley. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like before, he went over the wall wearing gloves and approached the front door. At that moment, Mrs. Yoo, the 69-year-old wife of a millionaire, came out to fetch the mail. As she went back inside, Yoo crept into the house right behind her. He threatened her with his knife and asked if anyone else was home. No one was, and he dragged her into the bathroom and hammered Mrs. Yoo 3 to 4 times to the head. He scattered items in the master bedroom to confuse the police, and he wiped the bloodstains off his shoes and cleaned the smeared footprints from the floor. By this time, his pattern of killing emerged. Next time, however, it wouldn't be exactly the same. He left the house and walked to Gangnam Ward Office Station. On November 18th at 11 in the morning, Yoo took the subway to Hansong University Station. While looking for a house near a church, he noticed a small police station in an alley and decided it would be a prime place to commit his crimes because the residents would perceive the area as safe. He theorized their guard would be down since a police station was nearby. Again, it was a house in a nice neighborhood in Haihuadong, and it had a surrounding wall and a small garden within. Like the death raids before, he confirmed emergency exits in case of trouble and watched the house for movement. He cleared the back wall wearing gloves and used a gas pipe to climb down. A baby cried from inside the house, so he knew at least 2 people were home. He entered through the front door and then went up to the second floor but didn't find anyone. As he was coming down the stairs, the 53-year-old housekeeper, Ms. Bay, saw him and asked who he was. Brandishing his knife, he ordered her into the master bedroom. There he found the owner of the house, Mr. Kim, an 87-year-old man lying on his bed. Yoo immediately hammered his skull. Terrified, Ms. Bay held the baby tight in her arms, and Yoo pried the infant from her. He put the baby on the sofa and covered the child with a blanket, then bludgeoned the woman's head with his hammer. Yoo rummaged around the house and found a safe on the second floor. He used a golf club and pruning shears to break it open. In the process, he cut himself. Worried that the police could track him by DNA test, he set fire to the room. Covered with bloodstains, he snatched a black jacket and put it on and left the house. He watched the house from a distance for 30 minutes, unable to see any flames. A woman that looked like a family member entered the house, and that was enough. Yoo left the scene, not remembering if he took a bus or taxi, not knowing he left behind a set of footprints and his image captured from behind on a closed-circuit TV camera. Yoo was born on April 18, 1970, into a blue-collar family in the village of Waha in Gochang County in the North Chola province. He was an unexpected baby. His parents didn't want him, and years later he was told by his grandmother that his mother considered killing him. His parents separated, and in his early years he was raised by his grandmother. When he was 6 years old, he moved to Seoul to live with his father. His father was a Vietnam War veteran, and he returned with a large savings from his soldier's pay. He gambled most of it away on poor business speculations. In Seoul, he ran a comic book shop, a place where people could rent stacks of comic books to devour in one sitting. The Mapo district, where he lived, was a poor area with no electricity and running water, and residents had to get water from a public well. Yoo had 2 older brothers and a younger sister. One brother eventually ran away from home. His father had a replacement for his mother, and the stepmother savagely beat Yoo's sister. She never hit Yoo because he unnerved her so much from staring at her for hours with contempt and hate. When he was 8 years old, Yoo and his sister ran away from home to go live with their mother, who also lived in Mapo. Yoo attended the Seoul Gongduk Elementary School, and records indicate he was quiet and polite, always using the honorific form of address when speaking to his elders. He was responsible at such a young age because adults weren't around much, and he took charge of the household chores. Poverty was a part of his life, and it deeply affected him. School kids brought their own lunch to school in those days. Once he only brought a glob of sticky rice mixed with bean paste for lunch, and his schoolmates mocked him by saying, "You brought shit for lunch." Sometimes he missed his father and he visited him. Around that time, his father had broken up with his second wife and deteriorated into an alcoholic. When his father died in a car accident, Yoo focused his academic energies enough to be one of the top students in his class. After his arrest, Yoo told investigators that when he was a boy, there was a large, expensive house near his home, and he yearned to live in such a place. He was insecure about being from a poor family, and that later morphed into his eventual hatred toward the wealthy. The rich, he thought, were to blame for his miserable life. He entered middle school in 1984. Although Yoo claims he has an IQ of 140, his school records indicate it's around 95 to 100. Early on, Yoo felt drawn to the arts. He has many scars on his left hand from wood-carving mishaps. He's colorblind but likes painting and reading poetry. He loved to sing, and at one time he was in a gospel group at a church. With his friends, he formed a singing group called Evergreen to compete in a talent contest. He was a good all-around athlete, but he sometimes passed out from overexertion. His friends speculated that it was from a meager diet that didn't provide enough energy. He applied to go to a high school that specialized in the arts, but failed to get in and instead ended up at a technical high school in 1987. During his second year of high school, Yoo stole a guitar and a Sony cassette player from a neighbor's house. It was his first crime, and he was put in a juvenile detention center. He never graduated from technical high school. In 1991, Yoo stole over $500 of cash and a camera and spent 10 months in jail. In 1993, he happened to find a car with the keys in the ignition. He stole it and got an 8-month sentence. In 1998, he forged some official documents and impersonated government officials. He was arrested. On Christmas 1991, he met Ms. Huang, a masseuse. She was the woman he would marry. It was the happiest time of his life, but it didn't last long. His landlord raised his rent, and in order to make up the difference, he broke into an office and tried to steal a camera and some cash, but was caught by a security guard. When his mother visited him in jail, he asked her to take care of his new wife and son. He dreamed that when he got out, he could build a house for his family and spend time with his boy. There are many references to Yoo having epilepsy to some extent. From 1993 to 1995, he received treatment as a day patient at the National Mental Hospital in the Junggok neighborhood of Seoul. There's speculation that the blackouts he experienced while playing sports as a youth could have been epileptic seizures. Yoo Young, the author of Murder Addiction, a book about Yoo Young chul, has speculated that he has manic depressive disorder. His second brother was a manic depressive, and in 1994, he got drunk and committed suicide at the age of 32. During his killing spree, Yoo was 33 years old and felt that his end might be near, that his fate was to die at a young age like his father and brother, and it heightened his impetus to kill more people. In March of 2000, he was arrested for a 15-year-old girl, and that was enough for his wife. She could overlook the thievery because it paid the bills, but this was unforgivable. She divorced him in 2002 as he served his sentence in the Jeonju Detention Center, and also included that he be barred from any visitation rights to his son. By this time, Yoo had 14 criminal convictions for a total of 11 years in prison. His crimes ranged from fraud, theft, battery, and non-consensual sex. When he got out of prison on September 11, 2002, he visited his mother living in the old Gongjeok neighborhood in Mapo, and he was looking for a place to call his own. In order to make enough money to live on, he would cruise Seoul's numerous red light districts and extort cash from hookers and pimps using a police ID that he forged himself. Yoo settled down in a studio apartment in the area where he grew up. He put down approximately $4,000 as a key money deposit and paid roughly $450 in rent each month. Apartment 203 was in a small commercial building in the Nogosan neighborhood of Mapo. He was 50 steps away from a small police station and 200 steps away from a 24-hour convenience store where the clerks thought of him as a nice guy. He kept his apartment in immaculate condition. His clothes hung neatly on a freestanding rack, and his personal possessions were few. In his apartment, he watched movie clips and porn on his personal computer. In the drawer of his computer desk, there was the Korean DVD Public Enemy, a story about a police officer hunting a serial killer that killed his own mother and father, and the American films Very Bad Things and Normal Life. His bookshelf near his bed revealed more about him. Yoo kept a scrapbook, and it held newspaper cutouts of toys he wanted to buy his son, advertisements for pistols, a list of pop singers and their songs, and scribbled notes about cars, computers, and music equipment. There was an art album stuffed with sketches of female nudes and portraits, and it's evident he's highly talented in the Japanese manga style of drawing. Also on the bookshelf was his son's notebook filled with crayon pictures. When Yoo stepped outside of his apartment, he picked up calling cards off the ground. They're everywhere in Seoul, stuffed under windshield wipers, tucked in mailboxes, and seemingly tossed about on any flat surface. There are so many around that most people cast them aside as litter. On the card is always an erotic photo of a beautiful woman promising hot sex and a number to call. In November, around the time he killed the elderly man and his housekeeper, Yoo called one of those numbers. It was a phone sex establishment. He got to know a woman there, Ms. Kim, and it seemed like she was interested in him. Eventually, their relationship reached a point where Yoo proposed to her, but by this time, she learned of his criminal past, mental instability, and divorce, and she flatly rejected him. For Yoo, it was stunning. His divorce made him bitter, and he even entertained the idea of killing his ex-wife, but dropped it, thinking of his 11-year-old son. He dwelled on the jobs of his ex-wife and girlfriend. The former was a masseuse, and the latter was a phone sex worker. In January, Yoo was arrested for theft at a sauna and briefly held at the Sodaemun police station. They did not check his criminal record, which would have revealed Yoo served a total of 11 years in prison for 14 different crimes of fraud, assault, and theft. They released him thinking he was a petty thief and failed to connect him to the spate of killings throughout the metropolis. It could have been his release from police custody in January that gave him the confidence to start killing again. On February 6th at 7 p.m., Yoo took a taxi to the Imundong neighborhood and hunted for a victim. Yoo approached Ms. John, 25, in front of a restaurant that was 20 meters from a busy main 4-lane street. He thought she looked like a prostitute. It was a quiet spot in an alley, and sleet was falling. He asked her where she was going. "I'm going shopping," she said. He showed her a forged police ID card and asked her to go to a bar with him, but she didn't trust him. "You're not a cop, you crazy bastard," she replied. Enraged, Yoo went after her. She tried to run away from Yoo, almost reaching a restaurant door, and she fell down, yelling for help. He stabbed her 5 times in the chest. No longer was he interested in lethal rages against the rich. He now hated the young, attractive women who worked in the sex trade. Yoo refocused on new targets, women in Korea's enormous sex industry. According to the Korean Institute of Criminology, South Korea's sex trade was valued at $20.4 billion, making up 4.1% of the gross domestic product, larger than the utility industries. Prostitution is illegal in South Korea. However, the sex industry is ubiquitous. From the smallest of country towns to the large red-light districts in Seoul, sex is for sale. Sex workers range the gamut from high school girls soliciting sex in internet chat rooms so they can make enough money to buy a new cell phone, to housewives doing it to make extra cash for their children's cram school tuition. Others hustle to pay off credit cards, and many become sex slaves under cruel systems of indentured servitude to pimps that buy and sell the women and keep them imprisoned in brothels. In 2004, South Korea was listed in the Trafficking in Persons report published by the U.S. State Department. Outlets that provide sexual services take creative forms. There are massive red-light streets of Seoul's Miari, Cheongyangni 588, Yeongdeung-po, Busan's Wanwell-dong and Texas Street, and the Yellow House in Incheon. There are love hotels that charge by the hour, and scattered throughout every city are barber shops with double candy-strip poles that indicate they provide sexual services. Usually nearby are coffee shops where one can get a ticket for a woman. The nightlife is loaded heavily with sex venues like room salons or business clubs, where orgasms are used to finalize business deals, along with karaoke singing rooms that also provide something extra for their customers. Often health-related businesses are fronts for prostitution, such as saunas and steam bathhouses, and sports massage parlors. South Korea is a country where nearly every man, woman, and child has a cell phone, and the cell phone has revolutionized the Korean sex industry. With the spontaneous and fleeting nature of the customers, accessible prostitutes were only a phone call away. Pimps would call in new appointments immediately, text message the next rendezvous address, and check the prostitute's whereabouts at any time. All sex venues became outcall hubs that could provide sexual services immediately. In Korean, Jeonhwa Bang simply means phone room. It's either a phone sex service similar to 1-900 numbers in the US or an actual place. Small, dark rooms with a telephone, a TV and video player loaded with porn, a lounge chair, some tissues, and a memo pad. The customer usually pays by the hour, enters the room, and waits for the phone to ring. A woman calls and they chat, and there's always the possibility of meeting the woman later. One statistic from a Donga daily newspaper report cited that 57% of the contacts have sex within 4 hours. Yoo Young chul finally understand the anonymous nature of the phone sex room. That would be his contact point, and that is where he would find the same kind of woman that rejected him and made him feel worthless. He would call them and persuade them, and he would make them pay. There were thousands of them out there waiting for his call. In March, he called a phone sex parlor and had a woman sent over to his Mapo apartment. He hit her head with his hammer and then cut her body into 18 pieces. It worked for him. He didn't even have to leave his house except to dispose of the body. He hauled the dismembered woman to a small mountain trail beyond Sogang University and buried her there. Yu purchased some counterfeit Viagra pills from a vendor in the Huang Hak Dong Goblin Market. It's a warren of some 500 shops and hundreds of street vendors that sell everything from old LP records, live snakes, used clothes and second-hand appliances, to plates of stuffed pig intestines for the hungry shopper. A few days later, on the evening of April 13th, Yu returned to shake down Mr. An, the vendor that sold him the fake Viagra. Yu posed as a police detective and flashed his forged ID. He threatened him and tried to solicit a bribe. An didn't trust him, and he said he would make an inquiry at the nearby police station. Yu wrestled him into An's van and handcuffed him inside. He drove back to Mapo and parked near his house. He then put his hammer, knife, and gloves into a bag, went back to the vehicle, and drove to an underground parking lot of a nearby hospital. He then killed An inside the van. Yu walked home and washed off the bloodstains, and brought another knife along with him. Back at the van, he cleaned the blood mist off the windows. At 1 a.m., Yu drove to Walmi Island near Incheon, 25 kilometers west of Seoul. Walmi Island was built on reclaimed land and was connected to the mainland to create a tourist spot. It has a gaudy carnival-like atmosphere and a street of raw fish restaurants, numerous cafes, curbside gewgaw hawkers, and 4 amusement parks. Cement piers extend out into the harbor, where ferries, cruise ships, and fishing boats anchor under hordes of seagulls. He parked near an abandoned gas station and sawed off An's hands. He then placed them in a plastic bag and tossed them into the riprap rocks that embank the pier. Yu torched the van and backed away into the shadows to watch it burn. Firefighters eventually arrived, and he slipped away from the area and got a taxi. Thinking the cab driver might remember his face, he got off at Bupyeong Station and took another taxi home. The women came to him. He called them up like a butcher calls the stockyard. It was much easier than roaming the streets looking for churches and houses, and much less risky than the impromptu murders of the Imun Dong woman and the fake Viagra vendor. He called them, and they came. Between early April and mid-July, Yu murdered 10 women. In early April and in late April, 2 women died. In early May and mid-May, he killed 2 more. He claimed 3 more lives in June. On July 1st, he killed a woman, and another on July 9th. He killed the last one on July 13th. Nearly every case was identical. They all occurred at night. He called the phone sex rooms and persuaded the woman to come to his home or to meet at a place where he could later bring her home. He offered her money for her time and services, although he later claimed he never had sex with any of his victims for fear of DNA tracking. Once at his apartment, he let them go to the bathroom as he readied his hammer. Yu hit their heads, and their heads would be the first to come off, and he would dismember the rest later. He saved the victim's cell phone so he could avoid using his own number for later calls. Always careful, Yu shaved off the skin of the victim's fingertips. In South Korea, all citizens have a national identification number, similar to a social security number, and are fingerprinted by the government. As he chopped apart the bodies, he stuffed the pieces into plastic bags, and then he cleaned maniacally. A neighbor later remarked that she sometimes heard the sound of running water late into the night. He knew of a place up near Bongwon Temple, a brushy hillside, and he headed there with a loaded backpack. Each body required 2 trips. He buried the human remains in shallow graves, and later on, he marked them to avoid burying bodies in the same spot. By 4 o'clock in the morning, he was finished. He deviated from his regular routine. On July 1st, at a love hotel in the Yoksam neighborhood in the Gangnam district, he called up a woman for a massage. When she arrived, he coerced her to his apartment using his forged police ID. Once back at his place, she met the same demise as the others. She was the first woman he killed that he'd called on the pretext of a massage. The previous victims were from the Jeonhwa Bangs. The last 2 victims arrived from a massage parlor also, one on July 9th and the very last on July 13th. South Korea is well connected to the cyber world. Gossip on internet message boards, media reports, and one news documentary covered the story of women being murdered around Seoul. 2 nicknames for the string of murders happening around the city came about: the Thursday Night Killer and the Rainy Night Murderer. By early July, journalists in Seoul were picking up on the chain of murders happening around the metropolis, and some were speculating it was more than random, unrelated homicides. On July 9th, the Junang Daily ran a prescient story by reporter Bae No-pil. Seoul murders. Serial killer at work? A series of unsolved and apparently motiveless murders in Seoul is raising fears that a serial killer is stalking women. In southwestern Seoul, 4 stabbing murders and 1 knife attack occurred on rainy evenings, and 4 of the 5 events happened on a Thursday night. All of the attacks occurred within the vicinity of 4 kilometers. None of the attacks indicated that the killer was a sexual predator or a thief. No items were stolen from the victims, and none had non-consensual sex. In Gwanak-gu, a high school girl was stabbed 10 times on February 26th at 2 in the morning and survived the experience. The second attack occurred on April 22nd, when a female university student died from a knifing in the Goudeau district. Another body of a female university student turned up at Borami Park with stab wounds. The last attack was on July 8th, when a 10-year-old girl and her 31-year-old mother were discovered stabbed to death in their home in Gwangjin-gu with no sign of burglary. There was a vibe in the air. Women were going home earlier than usual at night. Sales of pepper spray, gas guns, and security alarms shot up when the news stories came out. Prostitutes were aware something was happening and warned each other to be careful. Only 2 of the prostitutes that Yoo killed were ever reported as missing to the police. Police admitted that they had little to go on, citing lack of evidence or witnesses. Adding to the climate of fear in the city was a news documentary about the string of murders. After that was aired, internet message boards flooded with gossip and hearsay, such as women should avoid wearing red or white on rainy days or on Thursdays. Much of this was influenced not by facts, but by the Korean thriller Memories of Murder. The film, directed by Bong Joon-ho, garnered critical praise when it was released in 2003, roughly a year before Yoo Young Chul's killing spree, and it was still fresh in everyone's mind. It's based on a true story of murders that spanned a 10-year period in Hwasong in the late 1980s. The killer leaves scant evidence for the police to work with, and the murders happen on rainy nights. The female victims were wearing red and white at their time of death. The murders remain unsolved to this day. The body count kept rising, and the police were literally clueless. On Thursday, July 15th, Yoo was arrested for beating a prostitute at a love hotel in the Yuksam neighborhood in southern Seoul. The police had no idea they had captured the killer. Yoo pretended to have a gimp leg and feigned epileptic twitches. That was enough to generate sympathy from the police, and they uncuffed Yoo during interrogation. When they weren't paying attention, Yoo escaped. Yoo went to visit his mother. He must have known his killing spree would soon end. His mother later recounted, "I met my son on July 15th. He just said, 'I want to die, I want to die.' I wasn't able to say anything. I cried." The local pimps operating the Jeonhwa Bangs knew something was happening. They consulted each other and learned that women who received a call from a certain cell phone number didn't return when they went out to visit the client. Mr. A, a phone sex pimp, passed this information to Yang Pul-ju, a police officer he knew. Yang told him if the mysterious cell phone number appeared again to let him know. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, another pimp got a call from the suspicious number, and he called Mr. A. A woman had already been sent to meet the client, but Yoo called back saying he rejected the woman because she was too old and ugly. He demanded they send a prettier, younger one. Mr. A called Yoo back and said he would be sending a more attractive woman as soon as he could, that Yoo would have to wait a moment. It was a delaying tactic to gain him time to call the police and organize a plan. Mr. A called Yang and told him what was going on. They rounded up a woman to send to Yoo as bait, and they headed to the meeting place behind the Sinchon Grand Mart. Mr. A brought his friend, 2 employees, and 3 other pimps. Around 4 in the morning, they met Officer Yang and his colleague, Officer Kim. It was raining when the woman's cell phone rang. Yoo told her to take an alley on her left, another on her right, and the directions he gave made it sound like he was suspicious. The group of men fanned out around the area to keep an eye out for Yoo. Within 10 minutes, Yoo emerged from a dark alley and was spotted by Mr. A, who asked, "Are you Yoo Young chul?" The man didn't answer. Mr. A and his associates jumped Yoo and patted him down for the incriminating cell phone. It wasn't there. They pinned his arms and marched him over to their car to take him to the police station. As soon as they started the engine, they noticed he was chewing on something odd. They wrestled him into submission as officers Yang and Kim arrived. They removed some partially chewed phone sex calling cards from Yoo's mouth. Police also found handcuffs and a forged police ID card in Yoo's possession. Once he was in police custody, Yoo confessed to everything. With roots going back to 889 AD, the Bongwang Temple is nestled in a wooded valley of An Mountain. It's known for the Yong Sanjay ceremony, a reenactment of Buddha's Sakyamuni's Lotus Sutra on Spirit Vulture Peak. It's a majestic Buddhist ritual that's meant to awaken unity and peace for both the living and the dead. An Mountain is covered with planted cherry trees and wild pine and locust trees. Thick forsythia bushes are overgrown on the slopes that are interlaced with trails for the numerous hikers, joggers, and picnickers. On a weekend, it's impossible to find a secluded spot with so many people out to enjoy the greenery. Even the deepest parts of the forest are probed when housewives raid the hillsides to collect herbs in the spring. Nobody smelled the decomposing bodies in the summer heat. It was one of the hottest summers on record in Seoul. In the coming week, daytime temperatures would hover around 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Koreans called the weather tropical nights, a time when the mercury doesn't drop below 77 degrees during the night. In such weather, the human body decays rapidly. Enzymes destroy the tissues, and the body putrefies, giving off a smell that's foul and unforgettable. Throughout crime literature, police officers, investigators, and doctors are well quoted about the putrid stink of a dead human body. Often they say it's a smell they never forget. Yoo led the police to where he buried the bodies of the women he killed. Before the temple grounds of Bongwon, there was a small hamlet that borders a quieter, secluded world and the frenetic cement jungle of Seoul. It's a neighborhood where the traditional tile-roof houses still exist under the canopies of Zelkova trees, and Buddhist paper lanterns are strung up on the narrow lanes that lead up to the temple. There was a large building on the hillside that's somewhere in the state of being semi-abandoned and being renovated. Behind the building is a small rivulet flowing with milky, polluted water and littered with rubbish. The sides of the small stream are embanked with cement, and other cement chutes flow into it, collecting runoff rainwater. A steep ravine descends into the small stream, and its mouth is channeled with rough-hewn stone blocks covered with moss. It's brushy and overgrown, and piles of rotting deadwood are about from past floods. As Yoo directed the detectives where to dig, police unearthed the plastic bags of body parts in various stages of decomposition. There were many news reporters covering the story. Yoo looked at one of the cameras and said, "Women shouldn't be sluts, and the rich should know what they've done." He patted me on the back while removing my liver to eat. An old Korean proverb about being tricked or conned. The Korean verb malkda translates to make clear, refresh, or purify. That was the reason Yoo gave when asked why he ate the livers of his victims. He said, It made my mind and body refreshed. In Korean folk medicine, the liver is a symbol of bravery and vigor. He did it on 4 occasions with the livers of 4 different victims. Or so he said. Like much of the case, police were unable to confirm if he actually did eat human flesh. The story of Yoo Young chul was on the front page of the newspapers and was the main story of all the TV news programs around the country. On the 19th, 2 fan club websites popped up on Dom and Naver, 2 Korean internet portals. One of the websites referred to Yoo as the coolest murderer. Membership in the fan clubs rose quickly because people had to register in order to post messages of outrage and curse the webmaster with abusive language. Shortly after, both portals closed down each website. Also around this time, phone sex rooms reported a booming business from the accidental publicity. The forensic examiner, Dr. Bak Hwee-gyong, asked, how could a human being be so evil? While doing the autopsies, she closely observed the victims' smashed heads and their mutilated bodies. She surmised that it wasn't just any murder, but killing out of pure anger and rage. It was about hate. To her, it was insane. As Yoo confessed bits and pieces of his story, the police scrambled to corroborate what he said. The only material they were working with was what he told them and the dead bodies pointed out by Yoo. From particles of human flesh taken from the Hare, DNA tests matched some of the recovered victims. From measuring Yoo's feet and shoe size, police were able to determine that the footprints left at the Haihua Dong scene were from the same person. Yoo informed the police that he had kept a written record of each killing, but it was not found in the apartment search, and nothing on Yoo's computer hard drive revealed anything useful. Police admitted they had scant physical evidence that linked Yoo with his self-confessed murders. On Friday, at the 3rd Criminal Division of the Seoul District Public Prosecutor's Office, more details of Yoo's murders emerged from his confessions to the police. On July 25th, Yoo told the police that he was responsible for the murder of the woman in Imun-dong on February 6th. Yoo kept changing his story. He told investigators that he murdered 26 people, 6 more than the original 20 he confessed to. He also said he killed people in Incheon and in the southern city of Busan. He gave no other details or dates. Police had no way of confirming any of this. Traditionally, South Korean courts have favored the prosecution, but in recent years, more judges are requiring more tangible evidence that can prove their charges against the accused. A criminal psychologist that interviewed Yoo recounted that he was antisocial and distrusted the mores of society, and that Yoo showed little guilt or remorse for his murders. Yoo claimed that, given the chance, he would have killed 100 more women. The police assembled their charges, that included 21 counts of murder, along with burglary, impersonating a police officer, arson, and improperly disposing of corpses. With the evidence and confessions gained from Yoo, they could not link him to the knife murders of the rainy night Thursday night killer. Those cases still remain unsolved. It took police only 10 days to finalize their investigation. On Monday, July 26th, as police prepared their case to turn over to the prosecutors, Yoo was transferred to the prosecutor's office. Outside was a mass of reporters, photojournalists, and rubbernecking pedestrians. A woman known as Ms. Jong, a 51-year-old mother of one of his victims, screamed, "The police's insincere and incompetent investigation killed my daughter. If you arrested him earlier, my daughter would not have died." Holding an umbrella and storming up the cement stairs, she rushed at Yoo, and an escorting police officer promptly laid a swift sidekick to her chest, and she crashed down the steps. The scene was captured on a live television broadcast and caused outrage throughout the country. The Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency responded the next day with a public apology, proffering the excuse that the umbrella was mistaken for a weapon. Yoo Young, the chief of police, stated, "Because of our mistake in not realizing it was the victim's mother, we again hurt the saddened, mourning family. We will make measures to protect the victims and their families." One of the police officers involved said, "I tried to stop her from coming towards you. It was not my intention to hurt her." other officers that escorted Yoo that day claimed the incident was a setup orchestrated by reporters for Japan's Fuji TV. They persuaded Ms. Jung to rush at Yoo and yank off his face mask in order to get some good footage of the serial killer's face. A staffer at Fuji TV laughed at the claims. While in custody, Yoo complained to the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. He claimed his basic rights were violated because he was kept in chains, unable to use the toilet, and a closed-circuit television camera kept surveillance on him 24 hours a day. His complaints garnered little public reaction, and the NHRCK stated they had no intention of looking into his claims. On July 29th, Yoo refused to talk to the police and went on a hunger strike. For the prosecution team, this wasn't any good. Nearly their entire case was built on what Yoo confessed to them. Their information pipeline dried up when Yoo decided to shut up. Criminal investigations in South Korea are often dependent on extracting confessions. Admitting that they garnered little physical evidence of their own except for what Yoo spoon-fed them, the prosecution team scrambled to assemble all advanced investigation methods they could access. Yoo first appeared in court on September 6th and admitted his guilt. He described how he dismembered the corpses and said that he killed 2 more people in addition to the 21 counts he was charged with. After recounting his gruesome details, he said, "I gave up my life. You, the judges, are not the kind of persons who can punish my sins." Yoo carried an air about him that made it seem like nothing could hurt him, and that he was beyond care and he cared nothing for his defense. He said, "I wish this was the last day of the trial. I refuse to appear in court next time." Before he left the courtroom, Yoo addressed the audience and said, "I would like to apologize to the victims for what I've done. I'm sorry. I sent them away in peace." Korean law doesn't allow criminal suspects to boycott their court hearings. Yoo was brought back to appear at the Seoul District Court on September 20th. "I don't want to attend the trial anymore," he said, and expressed his distrust toward the police, prosecutors, and judges. One of the 3 judges admonished Yoo, saying, "It's not up to you to decide whether you attend the trial or not." During the hearing, Yoo revealed that he murdered 5 more people that included an adolescent and a pregnant woman. He also said he previously fabricated his story. According to him, the police promised to protect his son until university age, so I lied to them about killing a woman in Imundong, which I didn't do. As the court was about to adjourn, Yoo leaped over the railing bar and sprang towards the judges, yelling that he wasn't going to attend the next hearing. The judges scrambled out of their chairs, and just as Yoo reached the desk, he slipped and was bum-rushed by 20 guards, then handcuffed and dragged from the courtroom. Yoo passed on 2 notes to a reporter and a prison guard. In them, he wrote that he felt sorry for the victims' families, and he repented for his murders. There were hints about ending his life. Prison authorities tightened the 24-hour watch on Yoo's cell. On Sunday, October 3rd, using electrical wire removed from a wall-mounted fan, Yoo tried to strangle himself around midnight Monday morning. The suicide attempt was stopped immediately. Yoo's previous vows to not appear in court again were partially realized. Scheduled for a 2 o'clock court appearance on October 4th, he passed a note to a prison guard to be submitted to the Seoul Central District Court. He wrote that he had nothing more to say and that he refused to attend. This left authorities a bit perplexed. Korean Criminal Code allows for the court to try and convict a person in absentia, but rather than push the issue over Yoo's temper tantrum in the largest criminal case of the year, they postponed the trial until the following week on October 11th. As the numerous court proceedings progressed, Yoo exploded again in a courtroom rage. On October 25th, a person in the audience swore at him as he entered the courtroom. Yoo snapped and lunged for the spectator, and 10 guards plowed into the brawl. The only things damaged were Yoo's ego, a shaken courtroom, and 2 smashed wooden chairs. Yoo was taken out of the courtroom to let the atmosphere settle, but before he was allowed to return, he was forced to sign a written statement, "I will not cause any further agitation." As if an experienced and condemned killer could care about such a childish promise. Back in the courtroom, Yoo stared at the families of the victims and said, "They were abnormal women. They deserved to be caught." On November 29th, prosecutors demanded the death penalty for Yoo Young chul. As a means of execution, South Korea hangs those condemned to die. They reiterated that Yoo ceased to be a normal member of society when he started his motiveless killing spree, and they reminded the court of Yoo's previous statement that he would have killed 100 more people if he had the chance. They also noted that during the trial proceedings, when the victims' family members were present, Yoo made the statement that his victims deserved to die. Yoo's response to the death penalty request was, "My actions cannot be justified. If we live in a society where people like me can live a good life, there will not be another Yoo Young chul. I'm thankful for the prosecutor's request for the death penalty. I will be repenting what I've done until I die." On December 13th, Yoo was stoic as the verdict was handed down, and he stared as the judge read the decision. With most of the 20 victims being women and the elderly, Yoo's case is a serious crime that has no parallel in the nation's history. The Seoul Central District Court affirmed capital punishment for Yoo Young chul for 20 of 21 murder charges against him. "We sentenced him to death, having considered his motive, the method of murder, and the shock his killing spree gave to the bereaved families and to the public, even though he felt sorry for the bereaved families of the victims at the end of the trial." The court acquitted him for the murder of the 24-year-old Lee Moon-dong woman, stating there was a lack of objective evidence except for Yoo's own vague confession, a testimony that Yoo later repeatedly denied. Another charge of theft at a sauna in Seoul was dropped as the court cited the statements given by witnesses to be flawed. The prosecutors objected to the not guilty decision of the Lee Moon-dong killing. They reasoned that since Yoo confessed to the murder without interrogation or torture, then it must be true, adding that there were details of the story that only the killer would know. Senior prosecutor Lee Dong-ho said, "Nobody forced him to say that he had killed the woman in Lee Moon-dong. We're taking this to court again." Court maneuvers were made. The prosecution stated it would appeal to a higher court on the Lee Moon-dong murder case. The defense attorney of Yoo Young chul would appeal the guilty verdicts of the Korean Supreme Court, while political machinations in the National Assembly argued the abolition of the death penalty. Yoo departed the courtroom, clad in a blue prison tunic and escorted by guards. His demeanor was detached and neutral. He would be the first person to be hanged in South Korea since the mass executions on December 31, 1997, when 23 convicts were put to death. While awaiting his appeal in the Seoul Detention Center, the National Assembly debated the abolition of capital punishment. Previous attempts to change the law failed in 1999 and 2001. The pro-con arguments for the death penalty resembled those around the world, and South Korea was no different. Legislators cited capital punishment's ineffectiveness in deterring crime and the lack of humanity shown by the government. Supporters of the death penalty cited the need to protect the public and that it was a necessary evil. The South Korean public is divided on the issue. One survey revealed that 2/3 of the population supports capital punishment. In another poll, people were surveyed after a television miniseries about a hero facing execution, and the statistics reversed. On June 9th, Yoo heard the final verdict of the Supreme Court. His death sentence was confirmed. The prosecution's appeal of the Lee Moon-dong case was rejected. 17 days later, the National Assembly received an official letter from the Ministry of Justice that criticized the current legislative motions to abolish capital punishment. Within the letter, there was indirect insinuation of Yoo Young chul. If brutal murderers are not condemned to capital punishment, then it will go against the public's feeling of justice and victims' grudges, and their feeling of private revenge will increase. Yoo Young chul is on death row with 60 other convicts. The discovery of a murder in Philadelphia in October 1894 opened the door to a case few could believe. Marion Hedgepeth, a one-time cellmate of a man who went by the name H.M. Howard, informed police about a recent scam. It involved insuring a man named Benjamin Pitezel for $10,000 with the Fidelity Mutual Life Association in 1893 in Chicago, and then faking his death in a laboratory explosion by substituting a cadaver. All participants were then to split the insurance payment, but Howard had reneged and run off with the money. Hedgepeth was informing on him as payback, and his detailed letter about the scheme was passed along to the company. In short order, they realized that H.M. Howard was actually H.H. Holmes, clearly a swindler. A company representative who had already expressed suspicions about the death scene re-examined the circumstances surrounding the discovery of a body at 1316 Callowhill Street in Philadelphia. It had been found in a state of rigor mortis and so badly burned in the face from chemicals and sun exposure that the identity of the person could not be judged. Nevertheless, Holmes, accompanied by one of Benjamin Peitzel's children, had indeed identified this body from certain characteristics as the remains of Peitzel. After he'd collected the money, he disappeared with that child and 2 more of Peitzel's children. Given the details, company officers tried unsuccessfully to track him, so they hired agents from the Pinkerton National Detective Agency to go after the scoundrel. As these more experienced men followed his trail around the country, they gathered information about his numerous frauds, thefts, and schemes, including other insurance scams years earlier in Chicago that had provided him with funds to build a 3-story hotel. He was among the top swindlers they had ever come across, possibly the most accomplished. If he hadn't gotten greedy, he'd still be in business. But this time, they had him. They finally caught up to Holmes in November in one of his childhood haunts in Vermont, put him under surveillance, and gave the information to the police. On the afternoon of November 16, 1894, H.H. Holmes was arrested in Boston as he was preparing to leave the country by steamship. He surrendered easily, possibly believing that he could resort to his highly successful weapon, a glib tongue and a load of lies, to get him out of a tight spot. It's likely that he was further convinced of this when they told him that he was being charged with the rather petty theft of a horse in Texas. Secretly, he knew a lot more about what he'd done, but so did the police. Even so, neither side realized at that moment what they were dealing with. The best sources for the Holmes story are the documents from the case itself, Detective Frank P. Geyer's book on his experiences, which included evidence not used in court and which Geyer describes as one of the most marvelous stories of modern times, and the autobiographical pieces that Holmes penned. At first, Holmes told one story, which included mundane details about his life and a load of lies posed to cover up his crimes. And then he offered a sensational confession, which was printed at the time in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and all 3 documents are now available on a CD-ROM from Waterfront Productions. As well, since the Holmes story was an immediate sensation, editions of the major Philadelphia newspapers carried the story from the moment he was arrested, and in 1975, David Franke published The Torture Doctor, later found to have been read by healthcare serial killer Dr. Michael Swango. In addition, authors Harold Schechter and Eric Larson both have written exemplary renditions of the Holmes tale. Schechter tells the tale imaginatively as narrative nonfiction, while Larson places Holmes in the context of the development of the Chicago's World Fair in 1893. Larson's discussion about how he researched the book offers even more insight. He admittedly encountered some difficulty with the character of H.H. Holmes. Since the Philadelphia trial transcripts were limited to a single crime, he had performed the greater part of his monstrousness elsewhere. Larson found that many of the sources about this scoundrel were inconsistent, as well as interlaced with Holmes' own fantastic embellishments. In many instances, only Holmes ever knew what he had actually done. Larson describes how he agonized over recreating incidents to which there were no witnesses, and he admits that even with all his research, he still did not know by the end what had motivated Holmes to kill, and had only a slight understanding of psychopathy. Yet he does point out one real advantage to his work. One of the most striking and rather charming aspects of criminal investigation in the 1890s is the extent to which the police gave reporters direct access to crime scenes, even while the investigations were in progress. Thus, they acquired fantastic details, which they passed on to anyone who cared to take a look. As Geyer said, the story is among the most marvelous. As Holmes was being processed in Boston, an agent from the insurance company arrived whom he recognized, so he readily offered a confession of the fraud. In the glib manner of a polished liar, he said that the damaged corpse that he'd identified as Peitzel really had been a cadaver that he'd acquired and substituted to collect the money. The agent was amazed by Holmes's near-convincing performance. When asked to account for the Peitzel children, who were not now in his care, the suspect offered yet another convoluted tale. The children had been left with their father, who had gone to either South America or Florida. Carrie Peitzel, Ben's wife, could not corroborate any of Holmes's story, except that she was aware of the insurance scheme and that he had been moving her around from one place to another with promises of soon seeing her family. She was utterly confused about the entire experience, and her flustered manner convinced the interrogators that Peitzel was probably dead. They charged her with conspiracy and put her under arrest, although they also felt sorry for her. She seemed to have been caught in something that she barely understood. Because the scheme had occurred in Philadelphia, Detective Thomas Crawford arrived in Boston to escort Holmes back to the city of brotherly love. In Depraved, Schechter recounts how Holmes bragged to the detective along the way about his criminal career, admitting that he'd done enough in his life to be hanged 12 times over. He provided colorful tales about his various cons and claimed to have the ability to hypnotize people to do whatever he wanted. He even offered the detective $500 to let him perform this feat on him and escape. Crawford was unimpressed, declining the deal with grim humor. But when reporters later heard about it, they attributed supernatural powers to the scam artist. It was the age of Svengali, a character made popular in a contemporary novel by George du Maurier, Trilby, and Holmes was thought to have such abilities. Holmes even enjoyed this novel later in his cell. Holmes was eventually incarcerated in Moyamensing prison and remained there for several months. Larson indicates that his human, whitewashed cell was 9 feet by 14 feet, with a barred window and an electric lamp for light. He was well behaved, and despite the daily journalistic discoveries of yet more of his horrendous crimes, his guards apparently liked him. Some of them did favors for him, delivering the newspaper daily so he could keep up with the details of the investigation. As he did so, he realized that he'd have to come up with a better confession. He was always scheming. Holmes admitted to police in December 1894 that rather than substitute a cadaver in a con with Peitzel, as he'd originally said, the corpse had actually been Peitzel, but he had not been murdered. According to the story Holmes now told, Peitzel and 2 other men, along with Peitzel's wife, were in on the scheme. Peitzel had rented the house at 1316 Callowhill, equipping it with bottles of chemicals as part of the appearance of a man having an accident. That was all well and good, but Holmes noticed how Peitzel was drinking and one day found him lying dead on the floor. Peitzel had apparently grown depressed and used chloroform on himself. Holmes arranged the body and proceeded with his plan to make it difficult to identify, destroyed a letter Peitzel had written, supposedly a suicide note, and staged the scene to look like the result of an accidental explosion. He then went out of town to await a newspaper item that indicated that the body had been found. He left the account like that, and several more months passed without any word from the children. Holmes had indicated to Carrie Peitzel that they were with a guardian, Minnie Williams, in England. On June 3, 1895, Holmes was tried for conspiracy to defraud an insurance company, but because the sentence would be light, his attorneys advised him to plead guilty, which he did. The sentencing was delayed for a later date, but even the papers were now pressing for information about the Peitzel children. They seemed to have disappeared, and reporters wanted to know where they were. So did Carrie Peitzel. Someone had to act. Detective Frank Geyer was assigned to the job, and he went later that same month on a highly publicized expedition to find the missing Peitzel children, or their remains, whichever turned out to be the case. He later penned a book about his international trek. Even after his mission was accomplished, he did not yet know exactly what kind of monster he was dealing with. He simply knew he had a job to do, a potentially unpleasant one, and he did it. Larson describes Geyer as a big man with a pleasant, earnest face, sporting a walrus mustache. Geyer's wife and daughter had died recently in a fire, so his loss weighed heavily as he went in search of children who possibly had been murdered. Holmes had offered no clues to assist, except to say that the children had been left with a guardian, with one female child posing as a boy. He even shed tears at the idea that someone should accuse him of killing innocent children, and Geyer said of him, "Holmes is greatly given to lying with a sort of florid ornamentation." The man, he believed, was an actor and accomplished con, so nothing he said could be trusted. especially in light of the fact that this so-called guardian of the children, Minnie Williams, was also missing, along with her sister Nettie, and both had once been closely associated with the suspect. Holmes had kept up with the news each day as papers were delivered to him, and had shifted the details of his story as the situation demanded. Geyer noticed this and noted how it fit Holmes's pattern of treatment of others. He played games and adjusted his strategy to whatever seemed necessary to move them around like pawns in some game he played to please himself. Such a matter of man made the detective uneasy. No one could know from what he said what was true or what he might be planning next. Yet Holmes did admit to having Alice Peitzel, 15, in his custody after she had helped him to identify her father's corpse for the insurance payoff, and to picking up Howard, 8, and Nellie, 11, and taking them with him. Alice and Nellie had written letters to their mother documenting their daily journey, which Holmes had collected but had never mailed, and which were found in his possession upon his arrest. He told their mother that they were in the care of Minnie Williams, a woman of means in England. This woman had likely kept back their letters, Holmes had suggested, in the interest of her own safety. Yet Geyer had found no trace of Minnie Williams or the children where Holmes had said she would be. In fact, the street name that Holmes offered for where to find her did not exist in London. Instead of going to England, where Holmes clearly was trying to direct him, Geyer focused his efforts on North America. On June 26, Detective Geyer set out by train into the Midwest with Alice's and Nellie's letters to orient him, along with photos of the children and of Holmes, and an inventory of items and clothing associated with them. No one in the DA's office expected to find any evidence at this late date and believed that Holmes had killed them and would have been careful to dispose of the bodies. Yet the insurance company had readily provided funds for the trip because it would not have to pay out for Peitzel's suicide, so Geyer agreed to make the effort. In Cincinnati, he showed photographs and asked around in various hotels for anyone who might have seen Holmes or the children, and he finally found someone who remembered the small group of travelers under the alias Alex E. Cook. It was a name Holmes had used in business matters before. That clerk pointed Geyer in another direction, and through much questioning, he came across a woman who had seen Holmes and a boy together in a house to which a large stove had been delivered. But Holmes had then given her the stove, apparently because he'd noticed that she'd been watching him. Geyer now felt that he had a firm hold on the end of a string which was to lead me ultimately to the consummation of my difficult mission. He went from there to Indianapolis, Holmes's next destination according to the letters. In this city, Geyer found a trail that gave him a good sense of where the children had been. Larson points out that it was an exceedingly hot day, which made the investigation more burdensome. Finally, however, Holmes's odd game became clear. He was moving his wife, one of 3, all of whom were unaware of the others, and the 3 children about in the same city without any party being aware of the other. Geyer could not understand why, if Holmes intended to kill the children, he would go to such effort and expense to move them so often. The puzzle deepened, and the fate of the children seemed darker still. Geyer then went to Chicago and Detroit, the town from which Alice had written the last of her letters to her mother, in which she expressed dismay that they were not together. He also learned to his surprise that Holmes had added a third party to his game, Mrs. Carrie Peitzel and her other 2 children. He had placed her 3 blocks from where he roomed the 3 children in his care, but had not allowed them to realize it or see one another. But Alice also wrote something from that location to her mother that made Geyer's blood run cold. Howard is not with us now. Going on to Toronto, Geyer looked up real estate agents to find out if a man had rented a house for only a few days. It took considerable time to impress each agent with the importance of making a careful search for us. He found a house that Holmes had rented, which was surrounded by a 6-foot fence. The family residing there knew about some loose dirt under the house. They dug it up, firmly believing they would find one or more of the children. To raise the suspense, they kept working as it grew dark, but they had to give up without finding anything. Geyer struck out there, as the renter turned out to have been a different man. Still, the intrepid detective felt certain the children had been killed somewhere in that town, so he persisted and found another rental that seemed suspicious. He went to check it out. Geyer learned that a man with children at this place had asked for the loan of a spade to plant potatoes in his cellar, and had brought only a bed, mattress, and large trunk to the house. A woman identified Holmes from a photograph as the man who had rented the house. Geyer went there, discovered that the house had a dark cellar accessible via a trapdoor, and found an area of soft dirt on the floor. When he pushed a shovel into it, a stench arose and he knew he'd come to the right spot. His long, dark journey had produced what he'd both hoped for and had feared: human remains. After digging 3 feet, he found a small arm bone, so he employed an undertaker to take charge. In short order, they exhumed the corpses of 2 unclothed girls, which they believed were Nellie and Alice Peitzel. Alice was found lying on her side with her hand to the west, Geyer wrote. Nellie was found lying on her face with her head to the south, her plaited hair hanging neatly down her back. A crew of men lifted them from the grave and transferred them to coffins. Gruesomely, as Nellie was lifted, her heavy braid pulled the scalp away from her skull. Geyer was widely congratulated on his persistence and success. He sent a telegram to Philadelphia about the day's events and concluded in his book, "Thus it was proved that little children cannot be murdered in this day and generation beyond the possibility of discovery." Searchers found a toy in the house that was listed in Carrie Peitzel's inventory of things that her children had owned, which assisted Geyer in a firm identification of the remains, as did pieces of partially burnt clothing. Then they brought Mrs. Peitzel to Toronto to confirm. She was allowed to see the children's hair and teeth, as the remains were too putrefied for her to view. She recognized them instantly and swooned in grief. She now knew that Holmes had lied to her and had killed her children. But Geyer still knew that there was one more child to find, little Howard. His trek was not yet done, although it now appeared to be fully pessimistic. He used logic and items from the letters to determine that Howard had been separated from the girls before their arrival in Detroit, so it was time to return to Indianapolis. He arrived there on July 24th. As before, he proceeded to gain the assistance of real estate agents from around the city to learn the details of short-term rentals from the previous October. By this time, Geyer's trek had become of supreme interest to the nation, and the newspapers heralded his arrival. He was considered a real-life Sherlock Holmes, and people wanted to know his every step, the way they read a suspenseful piece of fiction. This was both a curse and a boon. He received many leads, which he followed, but most of them just wasted his time. "Days came and passed," he wrote, "but I continued to be as much in the dark as ever." Geyer feared that the bold and clever criminal might have bested him on this one. It seemed increasingly more likely that little Howard might never be found. Back in Philadelphia, Holmes avidly kept track of Geyer's journey. At first, he felt empowered, believing that Geyer could never find the children. But with the discovery of the girls' remains, things looked grim. He had to think up a tale to exonerate himself and place the blame on others. Even as he did so, investigators were analyzing the children's letters, and they sent ideas to Geyer. Some things had been overlooked or misunderstood, and with renewed care, Geyer discovered that the children had been in Indianapolis 4 days longer than he'd figured. He narrowed the frame of time that was unaccounted for to only 2 days, and then returned to Chicago to check on a child's skeleton recently found. It was not Howard. Nor would Holmes, when asked, yield a word of assistance. The king of fabricators threw the blame on another man as the likely perpetrator. Geyer traveled to several more places, but instinct told him to settle in Indianapolis and keep searching there. Despite the lack of success, Geyer continued to believe that he would make a breakthrough in this town. No less than 900 supposed clues were run out, he later wrote, but he needed a new strategy. He then went to the smaller outlying towns, going through them as systematically as he had done in Indianapolis. Then in Irvington, he struck pay dirt. A man who had rented a house in October remembered Holmes because his manner was so rude and abrupt, and he recalled that a boy had been with this irascible short-term tenant. Relieved and certain that he was at the end of the trail, Geyer proceeded to the rental property. There was no disturbance in the floor of the cellar that he could find, which discouraged him at first, but there was a trunk in a small alcove and near it some disturbed dirt. Geyer dug into the area but found nothing. In a barn, he found a coal stove, and remembering Holmes's earlier purchase of a large stove which he'd then abandoned, Geyer suspected that this was a clue. On top were stains that looked like dried blood. By telegram, Mrs. Peitzel identified the trunk as hers. Geyer left the place but returned when he heard there was news. A doctor who had poked around showed him pieces of charred bone, part of a skull and a femur, that he said had belonged to a male child. They'd found it in a pipe hole in the chimney. Geyer dismantled the chimney and found more human remains, a complete set of teeth and a piece of jaw, identified by a dentist as being from a boy 7 to 10 years old. At the bottom of the chimney, Geyer recorded, was found quite a large charred mass, which upon being cut, disclosed a portion of the stomach, liver, and spleen, baked quite hard. The pelvis of the body was also found. Plenty of witnesses had seen Holmes back in October when he was there and identified him from the photograph that Geyer carried. One man even recalled helping him to install the stove. Convinced he had finally, albeit tragically, found Howard Peitzel, and having it confirmed by other clues, Geyer enjoyed the best night's sleep he'd had in 2 months. The search for truth had finally reached satisfaction. It was now August 27th, fully 2 months after he'd left on this journey, and 5 weeks since he'd found Howard's unfortunate sisters. On September 12th, Holmes was indicted by a grand jury for the murder of Benjamin Peitzel. He entered a plea of not guilty, and his trial date was scheduled for October 28th. Even as he adopted a pretense for the court, people were learning much more about him in Chicago. Holmes, it seemed, had quite a list of murders to his name. Holmes, whose real name was Herman Webster Mudgett, had arrived in Chicago during the 1880s, already married to 2 women. The city was preparing for the World's Fair, or Great Exposition, which meant that there was plenty of opportunity for a clever man for fraud and theft. Eric Larson writes eloquently about the White City's development, describing the many hurdles its designers and investors encountered in the process, just barely preparing the massive grounds in time for business. Some 27 million people went through the exposition during its 6-month venue, which overtaxed the city's resources and inspired plenty of crime, most of which police could not investigate. Holmes was among those who took advantage. He planned ahead for the many visitors who would be searching for lodging as close as possible to the fair, knowing that among them would be the most vulnerable prey, single, naive women on their own who would easily succumb to a successful and charming doctor. He presented himself as a graduate of a prestigious medical school and a man of means. His first Chicago employment was as a prescription clerk at 63rd and South Wallace Streets, but he soon took over from Mrs. E.S. Holton, who then went to California with her daughter. Indeed, no one ever heard from them again, but Holmes took control of the shop. Across the road was a property on 63rd Street, which he bought. Soon he was gathering funds through murder and fraudulent schemes to build his 3-story, 100-room castle, as he referred to it. When he eventually felt the need to leave, he tried to burn it down to collect insurance. In this building, investigators now found evidence of even greater crimes than swindling and bigamy. Holmes had offered rooms to young women arriving to attend the fair, but many of those women associated with them had disappeared. In addition, he had employed a number of young women who had also disappeared. From what could be reconstructed, it seems that Holmes had tortured and murdered these women, disposing of their corpses in his furnace in the cellar, or defleshing them and selling the skeletons to medical schools. Schechter describes what the place was like. Holmes's castle included soundproofed sleeping chambers with peepholes, asbestos-padded walls, gas pipes, sliding walls, and vents that Holmes controlled from another room. Many of the rooms had low ceilings and trapdoors in the floors, with ladders leading to smaller rooms below. The building had secret passages, false floors, rooms with torture equipment, and a specially equipped surgery. There were also greased chutes that emptied into a 2-level cellar in which Holmes had installed a large furnace. There was even an asbestos-lined chamber with gas pipes and evidence of something having been burned inside. It was believed that Holmes placed his chosen victims into the special chambers into which he then pumped lethal gas, controlled from his own bedroom, and then watched them react. Apparently, he gained some fiendish pleasure from this activity. Sometimes he'd ignite the gas to incinerate them, or perhaps even place them in the elasticity determinator, an elongated bed with straps to see how far the human body could be stretched. When finished, he might have slid the corpses down the chutes into the cellar, where vats of acid and other chemicals awaited them. Many more details about Holmes's activities here can be found in Schechter's and Larson's books. Investigators discovered several complete skeletons and numerous incinerated bone fragments in the Chicago castle, including the pelvis of a 14-year-old, according to Blundell. There was also a blood-stained noose and a vault filled with quicklime. Yet Holmes insisted that he had nothing to do with any murders. Those people had either taken their own lives, he claimed, or were killed by someone else. Nevertheless, newspaper headlines described the Chamber of Horrors. The Chicago Tribune announced that the castle is a tomb, and the Philadelphia Inquirer described bones removed from the charnel house. It wasn't long before true crime pulp paperbacks were published to slake the public's thirst and to turn a profit. Authors searched far and wide for even more murders that Holmes may have committed as far back as 1879. Chicago police estimated his toll to be as high as 150. In Philadelphia, the Holmes Museum opened to the curious. But Holmes was ready. He'd always gotten his way with his gift of the gab, and he figured he could do so again, despite how the odds seemed stacked against him. He offered his memoir. To exonerate himself, Holmes, now 34, penned Holmes' Own Story, in which the alleged multimurderer and arch-conspirator tells of the 22 tragic deaths and disappearances in which he is said to be implicated. He included his supposed prison diary as an appendix, which Larson believes he invented rather than kept as a daily log. The diary is a boring rendition of his routine, probably intended to make him appear to be an ordinary Joe with an interest in books, and presented as a means for his betterment. He viewed the whole as a literary work, as befitted his narcissistic temperament, and claimed that he had written it with mature deliberation and against the protest of his attorney and acquaintances. He claimed that the murders he had been accused of were a blatant attempt to ensure that his trial would not be fair and impartial. He wanted to formally and publicly deny them all. Thus, he set out to offer a narrative of his entire life, including a full disclosure of his dealings with the Peitzel family. My sole object in this publication is to vindicate my name from the horrible aspersions cast upon it, he wrote, and to appeal to a fair-minded American public for a suspension of judgment. In his memoir, which he got a journalist to assist him to publish, Holmes described Gilmanton Academy, New Hampshire, the town in which he grew up, as Herman Webster Mudgett. He was born there in 1861 and claims to have experienced an ordinary life with an ordinary set of parents and a normal schoolboy routine. Larson disputes this, having learned from experts that psychopathic children are generally involved in conduct disorders and juvenile delinquency, but this is not always the case. Generalizations offer poor ways to get at the truth of individual cases, and since there's no evidence either way, we cannot know what Holmes's childhood was really like. He describes a turning point in his life as the day some older boys forced him into a village doctor's office and face-to-face with a skeleton. It was a wicked and dangerous thing to do to a child of tender years and health, Holmes says, though he admits that the experience cured him of his fears. He attributes his desire to go into medicine to this memorable incident. He also discusses his childhood lies and pranks and how his father punished him. It was in college, he says, where he did his first truly dishonest act. He represented a fraudulent book, earning money from it for his expenses. He received a medical school diploma, he says, from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and then opened a practice. He then attempted unsuccessfully to commit his first insurance fraud, helping someone to fake his own death with a purloined cadaver. From there, he served a stint as a doctor in an insane asylum, which haunted him for years. He changed his name to H. Holmes and posed as a pharmacist in Chicago. That was an ominous start to his career. Holmes continues in his memoir with a poor me fashion, describing the ills that befell him and the hardships he endured before meeting Ben Peitzel in 1888. They fell into a partnership that involved various pursuits that financially benefited them both. Holmes also speaks about some of the missing women associated with him, so that he can assure readers that they did things such as announcing they were going to leave and disappearing on their own. He also indicated that many young women were alive and well and better off for having known him. As for Minnie Williams, who had disappeared without a trace, Holmes offered a story of a woman who had fallen onto difficult times, had an illegitimate child, and was suicidal. She had an abortion, felt terribly ashamed, and left everyone she knew. She served as his secretary for a time and often ate meals in his building, which he claimed would account for any bone remains that might be found in the furnace. His sister Nettie arrived, also referred to as Nanny, and in short order died. It seemed that Minnie had decided that Nettie fancied Holmes, so she struck her with a stool and killed her. Having often suffered from bouts of mania, she was quite without restraint in such matters. Holmes helped Minnie to place the body in a trunk and dump it into Lake Michigan. But from my sight it has never passed, writes Holmes about the incident, nor has there been a day, an hour since that awful night, that I would not have given my life if by doing so that of Nettie Williams could have been returned. Holmes then broke everything off with Minnie. She went away and he burned the clothing she left behind or gave it to Peitzel. No one heard from Minnie again, except for Holmes, supposedly, who said he helped her to handle her land investments in Texas. He also describes how he first met the Peitzel family and the business ventures into which he entered with Benjamin Peitzel. In the end, he insists that he had no motive to kill anyone, and says that he was always quite generous, so that even avarice could not count, as it was inconsistent with his character. He also did not have a bad temper and had made no dishonest transactions. He also did not believe he was insane, having no mental illness in his family and no finding of it from doctors who had examined him thus far. Of the Peitzel situation, Holmes said that Peitzel was worth more to him alive than dead, so why would he have engaged in murder? In conclusion, he writes, I wish to say that I am but a very ordinary man, and to have planned and executed the stupendous amount of wrongdoing that has been attributed to me would have been wholly beyond my power. He asked the general public to withhold judgment of his guilt or innocence until he could disprove them at his trial. He would also work to bring justice to those for whose wrongdoings I am today suffering. However, this publication was so transparently self-serving that readers preferred the more lurid tales provided in newspapers. No one really believed Holmes's own story, although it is an interesting collector's item for criminologists. Holmes's attorneys attempted to get his trial continued but were unsuccessful. In addition, there is a struggle between Chicago and Philadelphia authorities, says Blundell, as to who would get to try him first, but he remained in Philadelphia. The trial commenced as scheduled on October 28th. It lasted 5 days. On the first day, Holmes tried to defend himself but proved unable to establish points in his favor. The best account of the trial comes from the speech, reprinted in Geyer's book, from the district attorney George S. Graham, who recounts it in detail. Yet he does not include some of the more interesting events. For example, from a distance, a phrenologist, John L. Capon, made an analysis of Holmes, which was published during the trial in the New York World. He described the repulsive face and pointed out that great murderers have blue eyes. Holmes's expression, Capon said, was cruel and inhuman, and his ears, twisted out of shape, stamped him as a criminal. This was all evidence of devilry and vice. In other words, Capon convicted a man not yet found guilty based on appearances alone. At the trial, also described in detail by Schechter, Holmes requested to defend himself. Judge Arnold allowed it, saying, "It's your constitutional right to try your own case." Holmes questioned prospective jury members, at which point his team of attorneys left the courtroom. Holmes demonstrated the coolness with which he handled stress and tried rejecting each person who said he had read the papers, but the judge pointed out that this was not considered a cause for challenge. In any event, this all occurred well before the Supreme Court would rule about the unfairness of pretrial publicity. The jury was seated and the trial proceeded. Holmes's request to defend himself, Schechter says, was unprecedented. No accused murderer had done it before in the United States, so several lawyers and law students attended. A reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer described Holmes's performance in court as vigorous and remarkable. He was deferential to the judge, but nasty to the prosecutor. He asked for an analysis of the liquid that he was accused of using as a poison for the children, which the DA did not have in his possession, and he wanted the most recent work done on toxicology, claiming that as a doctor, he himself could analyze it, though his credentials were false. This left the impression of a man who was prepared to use science to exonerate himself. Yet Holmes often deflected the questioning with forays into minutiae, and he frequently squabbled with the prosecutor, who was likely disturbed at having to spar in court as an equal with the defendant. Holmes made an error when, after Peitzel's corpse was described in gruesome detail, he requested a lunch break as he was hungry. He appeared to have no sense of sorrow over the supposed suicide of a partner and friend. For the rest of that day, while he handled his questioning in a professional manner, he failed to elicit any points to support his innocence. The professional witnesses all concluded that Peitzel could not, as Holmes claimed, have committed suicide. The judge ordered an evening session over Holmes's protest. Holmes claimed that he was feeling ill, but it was clear that he was failing to establish his case. The evening session opened with a surprise. Holmes asked that the court allow his two defense attorneys to re-enter the case, and with that, he relinquished his role as a criminal lawyer. While he now had competent counsel, he had probably hurt his case. Between his antics and his obvious fatigue by the end of the first day, the jury had a good look at the defendant's loss of confidence and inability to shake the strongest witnesses. He may not have admitted his guilt, but his actions indicated that he had admitted defeat. He got up only once to examine another witness, his latest paramour and third wife, who testified against him. Using a heavy dose of emotion, as if stricken by her betrayal, he nevertheless failed to move her to change her testimony about his behavior on the day that Peitzel was allegedly murdered. The prosecution made its case quite elaborately, prepared to show his activities from 35 witnesses from the various places Holmes had gone after the Peitzel murder. But the judge had ruled that the trial must be limited to the Peitzel murder, so Graham showed how they made Peitzel's identification, and adding in whatever they were allowed about Holmes's reprehensible behavior. They proved with doctors that the chloroform that had supposedly killed Peitzel by self-administration actually had been forced into him after he was already dead. So Peitzel was dead and had not died from natural causes or his own hand. Given Holmes's admissions about being with him, there was really no other choice for jurors. In addition, Carrie Peitzel had won the courtroom with her mournful rendition of learning that her children were dead. In his closing argument, which lasted more than 2 hours, Graham called Holmes the most dangerous man in the world and asked jurors not to be afraid to do their duty and operate like honest men. In the end, the jury convicted Holmes of Benjamin Peitzel's murder, and the judge sentenced him to death by hanging. After his conviction, and as his attorneys prepared an appeal for a new trial, which failed, Holmes took up the pen again to make a confession, largely inspired by a promise of a $10,000 payment from the Hearst newspaper syndicate. He published it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. It was his third full-blown tale to date about his activities with the Peitzel incident. Aiming now to become the most notorious killer in the world, he claimed to have killed more than 100 people. Apparently having second thoughts, he reduced that number to 27, including Peitzel and his children. He insisted that he could not help what he'd done. "I was born with the evil one as my sponsor beside the bed where I was ushered into the world," he lamented. The reading of his death warrant had been carried out, and he faced execution by hanging on May 7th. It now seemed a fitting time, if ever, he wrote, to make known the details of the 27 murders, of which it would be useless to longer say I'm not guilty. He admitted that there was overwhelming proof for his complicity in these deaths, and said that he would address only those cases that had been investigated, and hoped the people would not, therefore, suppose from his silence on others that he must be guilty. It seemed to him sufficient that Detective Geyer had gone over his life with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak, and there was really no place to hide. Holmes claimed that he wanted to make the confession at this point for several reasons, and he chose the Philadelphia Inquirer as his medium for making his revelations public. He assured his readers that he was not seeking attention and that the entire enterprise was distasteful to him. As he admitted to the murders, he said he was thus branding myself as the most detestable criminal of modern times. Indeed, he was. He sensed that his own countenance was changing as he sat in prison, and that he looked more satanic than before. "I've become afflicted with that dread disease, rare but terrible, a malformation. My head and face are gradually assuming an elongated shape. I believe fully that I'm growing to resemble the devil, and that similitude is almost completed. He self-diagnosed acquired homicidal mania and degeneracy, which meant he was a moral idiot. The criminological theories at the time were fueled by Cesare Lombroso, an Italian anthropologist and professor at the University of Turin. By 1876, Lombroso had published L'uomo delinquente. Believing that human behavior could be classified with objective tests, Lombroso was convinced that certain people were born criminals, identifiable by specific physical traits, such as bulging brows, long arms, and ape-like noses. They were throwbacks to more primitive times, and he called them degenerates. Lombroso's ideas had spread quickly across Europe and America, supported by the new evolutionary thinking. Thus, Holmes fell into this erroneous diagnostic mania. In another decade or so, Lombroso would be discredited. Yet, in keeping with the theory, Holmes saw a prominence on one side of his head and a corresponding diminution on the other side. Also, a deficiency in his nose and ear, and the lengthening or shortening of various limbs. One criminologist who saw him pronounced him guilty just from his appearance. Holmes said he was confessing in part to justify the scientific deductions. Little did he know they weren't scientific at all, but his motive was more likely to bring attention to himself and to wallow in one last flight of grandiosity. No doubt he enjoyed the idea of having an effect on an audience. His first murder, he admitted, was by overdose of laudanum of a former schoolmate for insurance money. Holmes claimed, probably falsely, that it had given him a terrible guilty conscience, but he'd then developed an appetite for blood. The second murder, he said, was accidental, when he got into a physical altercation with a man who owed him money. Then he killed a few people to sell to a corpse dealer for payment of $25 to $45 apiece. Later, he lost touch with this dealer, so he sometimes buried victims in the dirt floor of his offices. Some victims he poisoned, some he bludgeoned, and a few he closed into his vaults for gassing and asphyxia, a slow and lingering death. Most of these cases involved money, threat of exposure, or some other form of enrichment for Holmes. Sometimes he used Confederates as accomplices. In one case, when he attempted to murder 3 young women at the same time with chloroform, they escaped and turned him in. Holmes was arrested, but inexplicably not prosecuted for attempted murder or even for assault. In some cases, Holmes either did not know or could not recall the name of a victim or near victim. Readers were most interested in what Holmes might say about the Williams sisters and the Peitzel family, and for both he provided quite a few details, although how much is true is anyone's guess. Holmes made a point to affirm the Christian character of Minnie Williams, and he retracted many of the statements he had made about her regarding her state of mind and her alleged murder of her sister. She was never in an asylum or secreted away to protect her reputation, he now said. He'd first met her in 1888 in New York and then encountered her 5 years later in Chicago. He persuaded her to give him several sizable sums of money and then maneuvered her to invite her sister to Chicago so he could get a bead on their property in Texas. Nanny or Nettie assigned her worldly goods to him, he said. After that, Holmes writes, she was immediately killed in order that no one in or about the castle should know about her having been there, save the man who burned her clothing. To his chagrin, she did leave something behind, her footprint on the door of the vault, which she produced during an unsuccessful struggle to survive. This was how Chicago authorities hoped to prove she was murdered. Holmes told Minnie that her sister had given up her journey north. He then secured Minnie's property in his own name and killed her as well. He poisoned her and burned her in the cellar of a house that he owned. He tried to implicate her as the murderer of her sister and the Peitzel children, which he was now repudiating. This is the saddest and most heinous of any of my crimes, he commented. Next, he turned his attention to Peitzel. Holmes indicated that from the first hour they met, he knew that he would kill the man. Everything he did for Peitzel that seemed to be a kindness was merely a way to gain his confidence. Peitzel met his death on September 2, 1894. Holmes wrote fake letters from Mrs. Peitzel to show him, which precipitated a bout of drinking. Holmes watched and waited until he was able to come upon Peitzel in a drunken stupor in the middle of the day. He packed his bags in readiness to leave, and then went to where Peitzel lay in bed, bound him, saturated his clothing and face with benzene, and lit a match. He literally burned his former accomplice alive. Apparently, Peitzel cried out and prayed for mercy, begging Holmes to end his suffering with a speedy death, all of which had on me no effect. When Peitzel finally expired, Holmes extinguished the flames, removed the ropes, and poured chloroform into his stomach to make the death appear to be accidentally brought about by an explosion. That way, the insurance company would quickly pay the full amount of the claim. He left the body in a position that exposed it to the sun for however long it would be before someone had found him, presumably to further deform it for difficulty in identification. I left the house, he wrote, without the slightest feeling of remorse for my terrible acts. However, Holmes said, the chloroform apparently also had the effect of depriving the tissues of alcohol, so that no one would know that Peitzel had been in a drunken state. At any rate, Peitzel was still recognizable. More bizarre, Holmes says that 3 weeks later he visited the grave where Peitzel was buried and pretended to be acquiring samples for microscopic analysis. He said he found that cutting into the corpse with a knife was inordinately satisfying. As for young Howard Peitzel, Holmes also had a story to tell. He had every intention of murdering the 3 Peitzel children, so he hid them in a hotel until he could find a way that would not draw suspicion. After a week, he poisoned the boy and then cut him into pieces small enough to go through the door of a stove he had purchased. He felt nothing about these acts, only the pleasure he gained from killing another person. He then took the girls to Chicago, Detroit, and Toronto. There, Alice and Nellie Peitzel met their fate. They were the 26th and 27th of his victims. He made them believe they would soon be reunited with their mother, whom he had also brought to Toronto in some diabolical game, while he plotted how he'd get rid of them. He compelled them both to get inside a large trunk and closed them inside, leaving an air hole. He then returned and pumped gas into the hole to kill the girls, even as their mother was traveling on to New York. He dug shallow graves, removed their clothing, and dumped them without a thought. He considered that for 8 years before their deaths, I had been almost as much a father to them as though they had been my own children. He had a plan to end Mrs. Peitzel's life, along with those of her 2 remaining children, with nitroglycerin, but he was arrested in Boston before he managed to achieve this. He closed his confession by saying that his last public utterance would be of remorse for these vile acts. He did not expect anyone to really believe him, and Geyer later says in his book that Holmes's account, published in many papers on April 12, 1896, was so inconsistent with the facts that they had gathered about the Peitzel children's demise that it was at once discredited in police circles. Then, in one quick move, according to Geyer, Holmes recanted the confession. And in fact, it was learned that several of his victims were not dead at all, or had died in ways clearly unassociated with him. When told by police that his tale was untrue, he supposedly said, "Of course it's not true, but the newspapers want a sensation, and they got it." Nevertheless, police did believe what he had said about the murder of Benjamin Peitzel. Geyer found it vile that Holmes would not tell the truth even as he stood on the brink of eternity. On May 7, 1896, H. Holmes went to the hangman's noose. His last meal was boiled eggs, dry toast, and coffee. Even at the noose, he changed his story. He claimed to have killed only 2 people and tried to say more, but at 10:13, the trapdoor opened and he was hanged. Blundell says that it took him fully 15 minutes to strangle to death on the gallows. Afraid of body snatchers who might capitalize on his corpse, Holmes had made a request. He wanted no autopsy, and he instructed his attorneys to see that he was buried in a coffin filled with cement. This was taken to Holy Cross Cemetery south of Philadelphia, and 2 Pinkerton guards stood over the grave during the night before the body was finally interred into a double grave, also filled with cement. No stone was erected to mark it, Larson states, although its presence is recorded on a cemetery registry. Holmes's attorneys had turned down an offer of $5,000 for his body, and even refused his brain to Philadelphia's Wistar Institute, which hoped to have its experts analyze the organ for better understanding of the criminal mind. Larson recounts a series of strange events afterward that gave credence to the rumors that Holmes was satanic, including several weird deaths and a fire at the DA's office that destroyed everything there, save a photograph of Holmes. During this case, another American phenomenon arose from society's fascination with sensational crime. Thousands of people lined up to see the Chicago murder site, So a former police officer remodeled the infamous building as Holmes's Horror Castle, an attraction that offered guided tours to the suffocation chambers and torture rooms. But before it opened, it mysteriously burned to the ground. So many people who'd rented rooms from Holmes during the fair had actually gone missing that sensational estimates of his victims reached around 200, and some people perpetuated this unsubstantiated toll even today. It's likely that Holmes's own figure from his recanted confession is low, but there's no way to know just how many he actually killed. Late in the afternoon on April 21, 1969, Sharon Wood, 24, left her secretarial job in Portland to meet with her estranged husband, who wanted to discuss a divorce. She entered the basement level of a parking garage to look for her car when a tall, pudgy man approached her. She later told police that she had sensed someone behind her and had tried to return to an area where she could hear other people, but when someone tapped her shoulder and she turned around, the man was holding a pistol. He told her not to scream, but this sudden encounter both frightened and enraged her. In a split second, she decided to fight. She screamed and stepped away from him, and he grabbed her and put an arm lock around her throat. He was much taller than she was, and outweighed her by nearly 100 pounds. She had barely a chance against him, but she believed that if she didn't struggle while someone might still hear her, she'd die that day. Instinct told her that this man had murder on his mind. Sharon kicked at him with her high-heeled shoes and screamed again. She also grabbed the gun and gave it a hard twist. When the man tried to silence her with his hand, she bit him, hard. She knew that she'd drawn blood. He tried to free himself but could not, so now he was struggling. He grabbed her hair and tried to force her to the floor, but she continued to resist with all her strength. She was not going to let him take her away. Yet he managed to slam her head on the concrete, dazing her. She relaxed her jaw and let him go. She then heard another car coming, and her attacker picked up the gun he dropped and left. She knew no more. Someone apparently called the police, and Sharon found herself giving a shaken statement. It had been a tall man with blue eyes and freckles, she recalled. She'd know him if she saw him again. Yet, when the police questioned others in the area, no one recalled a man by that description. Sharon learned only later that this man's frustrated attempt to abduct her had only shifted his MO in approaching women and strengthened his resolve to be more careful. She survived, but not long afterward, another young woman did not. A 15-year-old girl in Salem, Oregon, complained about a large man with freckles attempting to force her into a sports car. The incident seemed related but provided no real leads. There were no witnesses, and the man described in both cases left no trail. Investigators did not realize that they were in the midst of a serial murder investigation. It was a difficult time, with unrest across the country. In 1968, America had been stung by the assassination of presidential hopeful Robert Kennedy, the insolence of the Chicago 7 at the Democratic Convention, and the violence on college campuses over the Vietnam War. A whole subculture experimented with drugs and the occult, and the country was about to see many more serial killers. But Oregon had not yet experienced any such crimes. It would take a while before investigators understood that they were looking for a serial predator. Even then, they would not fully understand the sort of monstrous urges that drove him. On the day they questioned Sharon Wood, 3 women were already dead. In 1968, Linda Slauson worked for a book company, going door to door to persuade families to purchase sets of encyclopedias. She was only 19 years old. It was January 26th, and her route had taken her to a neighborhood in Portland, Oregon. She was looking for another house when she went there, but no one knows what actually took place, aside from the story told by the person she encountered, and no one ever saw or heard from Linda Slauson again. The book company had no record of where she had been that day, so the frantic requests to police from Slauson's family came to nothing. They did manage to locate her car, abandoned, but it offered no clues of what had become of her. There was no sign of struggle, nothing apparently missing. She was just gone. She remained on the list, but as each day passed, her case grew cold. Other more pressing incidents took over the officer's time. If she'd been abducted, the person responsible had been careful. He'd left no sign of his presence, his intentions, or what he had done with her. Yet the mystery would be revived the following year when other young women turned up missing. On November 26, 1968, Jan Whitney, 23, disappeared as she was on her way home for the Thanksgiving holiday. Her Rambler was found off the highway in a rest area near Albany, Oregon. It was locked, but there was no sign of her. A minor mechanical failure might have induced her to look for a ride from someone. These were the days when girls freely hitchhiked along the west coastland, when predators realized how easy it was to grab them and kill them without anyone being the wiser. There were no leads. Like Slauson, she was just gone. 4 months later, on March 27, 1969, Karen Sprinker, 19, went missing. She was home from college and her mother had expected to meet her for lunch at a downtown restaurant. She waited an hour and then grew worried. Karen would not have missed this appointment. In fact, it turned out that she did park her car at the garage for the store where her mother was waiting, but the car sat empty and Karen never returned to claim it. Shoppers in the area described seeing a very tall and strange-looking woman in the area. One witness said that when this person got close to her, she saw that it was a man in drag. He seemed fairly creepy, so people had avoided him. There was no reason then to link him to this incident, but in retrospect, it all went together. Only 4 weeks later, Linda Sally, 22, appeared to have been abducted from a shopping mall. She'd been there buying a gift for her boyfriend, but had failed to meet him that evening. She also did not show up to work, and her car was found abandoned. Like the others, there was no sign of violence in the car, or any that a stranger had entered it. Of course, her boyfriend was checked out, but nothing indicated that he should remain a suspect. In the days following her disappearance, no sign of Sally turned up. The police wondered if there were any connections among these girls, and a few even thought about Linda Slauson, the encyclopedia salesperson. They laid out timelines, noting the fact that all the girls had disappeared toward the latter half of each month, and all of them were young white females. But that's as much as the investigators had. That is, until human remains were found in a nearby river. It was 3 weeks after Linda Sally had disappeared. A man who'd gone fishing that May in the Long Tom River, south of Corvallis, Oregon, found decomposing human remains bobbing in the rushing current. He called the police. When they arrived, they discovered that the deceased female had been bound to a car transmission box to weigh down the body, which made it difficult to pull it out. But it provided clear proof of murder and possible evidence to tie back to a suspect, should they find one. In fact, this victim had been tied to the auto part with a nylon rope and a rather specific type of knot. They cut the cord carefully so they could preserve the knot, just in case they had reason to use it as a probable cause for a warrant or later in court. Copper wire, too, had been twisted in a specific manner that indicated someone with a background as an electrician. The medical examiner knew it would be difficult to determine the exact cause of death with so little to go on, but from the condition of the neck area, it appeared that she had been strangled. There was also a pair of odd post-mortem punctures, each circled by a burn, at opposite sides of the rib cage that appeared to have been caused by a needle. No one knew what to make of them, but thanks to dental records, it was determined that the remains were those of Linda Sally. Investigators searched further along the river, and a few days later they came across yet another set of decomposing remains, also bound to something that turned out to be an engine head. The same type of bindings and knots were found with this victim, which was a clear enough indication that the same offender was responsible for both. This victim had been strangled, apparently with a strap used as a garrote. The clothing still on her body matched what Karen Spinker's mother had described her wearing. However, when the authorities lifted her, they found that she was also clothed in a long-line black brassiere that appeared much too large to be hers, confirmed by her mother, and it had been padded with brown paper towels. In fact, the victim's breasts had been removed, and the padding appeared to have been placed there to absorb the blood and fluid. Further searches along the river yielded nothing more, although investigators had been hoping that this effort might close the case on the other 2 missing women. They did know that they were looking for either a rather strong male or 2 men working in tandem, because the bodies, coupled with the weights, would have been quite heavy to carry. Because of Spinker's background, the police decided to question students on the Oregon State University campus in Corvallis. This proved to be a wise move. The detectives who questioned the students at OSU learned that some female students had recently complained about getting strange calls from a man trying to lure them out. There were also reports of a suspicious red-haired man, somewhat pudgy, loitering around campus. Detectives discovered one young woman who had actually ventured out on a brief date with a man, claiming to be a lonely Vietnam veteran looking for company. That sounded promising. This girl had no intention of seeing the man again, having found him to be a bit disconcerting, and mentioned that he had wanted to discuss the discovery of bodies in the river. But the detectives asked her to contact them should he call again. The fact that he'd actually asked her why she wasn't afraid he might strangle her alerted them to his aberrant curiosity. In addition, her description of a tall man with light-colored hair and a lot of freckles was similar to those offered by women who'd nearly been abducted in recent days. They fervently hoped he would contact this young woman again. To her surprise, he did, so she set a date for an hour hence and then phoned the police. They went to the designated meeting place, and a spotted, tall, pudgy man entered. Approaching him, they learned that his name was Jerry Brudos. While they believed he was a viable suspect, he seemed completely at ease, as if he had nothing to hide. That meant he was either innocent or clever, arrogant, and without remorse for what he might be doing. They had nothing with which to detain him, but they kept him under surveillance. Having learned where he lived in the area, along with the rather significant fact that he'd worked as an electrician, they set out to research his background. Within 5 days, as the coincidences piled up, they arrested Brudos. Jerome Henry Brudos was born on January 31, 1939, in South Dakota. His parents traveled around a bit and ended up in Oregon. By all reports, his mother had not wanted him after she'd already had 2 boys and had treated him with criticism and disdain. Apparently, she had hoped for a girl, and if Brudos realized this, it could have influenced his development and sense of self. He'd attached himself to other women who were different from his mother and had a childhood female friend who died. Often alone, he developed a fantasy life and habits that by the age of 17 got him into trouble with the law. These generally involved a sexual fetish for women's shoes and underclothing. Exactly how Brudos became a foot fetishist is a mystery. One thing is certain, however, he began to manifest the obsession at a startlingly early age. His discovery of a pair of women's spike-heeled shoes at a local dump when he was 5 years old was the starting point, though it was probably not due to the shoes themselves. It was more likely his mother's strong reaction to seeing him wearing them in his bedroom. She instantly grabbed them, destroyed them, and let him know that such things were wicked. She was highly agitated and inexplicably upset, which signaled to the boy that there was something about those shoes that was deliciously forbidden. It's likely that putting those shoes off limits attached to women's high-heeled shoes in general an aura that pervaded Brudos's developing sexuality. He also stole the shoes that his kindergarten teacher kept in her desk and received a reprimand. As he matured, his shoe fetish increasingly provided sexual arousal. The psychologists who later analyzed him tended to be in accord with this. Brudos continued in secret to collect shoes, hiding them from his mother, and eventually adding to that stash a collection of women's underwear, which he stole during clandestine raids into nearby houses. Touching female underwear gave him some sense of comfort and the feeling of arousal. They were mysterious and forbidden totems, arousing in him deep erotic feelings that he could not understand or explain. When he was 17 in 1956, his fetish grew dangerous. Having dug a hole in a hillside to keep girls as sex slaves, he used a knife to accost a 17-year-old girl, demanding that she remove her clothing so he could photograph her nude body. He even beat her up, but after an elderly couple caught him, he admitted what he'd done. Clearly, this sort of encounter was not going to satisfy him, not even after serving 9 months for it on a psychiatric ward in Oregon State Hospital, though he still attended school. In therapy there, doctors became aware that his sexual fantasies were centered around hatred for his demanding mother and revenge against women in general. They also knew about his collection of women's clothing. His fantasies included placing kidnapped girls into freezers so he could later arrange their stiff bodies in sexually explicit poses. The psychiatric report from that hospital indicated that the examining mental health staff did not believe Brudos was grossly mentally ill. The diagnosis was borderline schizophrenia. It seemed that he'd had an adjustment reaction to adolescence and was not considered dangerous, although he had developed a fetish for female shoes and underwear and for nude female photographs. He seemed immature and unable to deal normally with his developing sexuality. But that did not strike anyone as a foundation for violence. The doctors believed that he simply had to grow up. They can hardly be blamed for this misjudgment. Not much was known in 1956 about the development of serial sexual predators. Brudos went into the military, and he was discharged early because of his strange delusions. Once out again, he became an electronics technician. In 1961, when he was 22, he met a shy 17-year-old girl and they were married. She went along with whatever Brudos wanted, including staying naked in the house, staying out of his workshop, and avoiding the attic. They had 2 children together, and eventually his wife declined to have sex any longer. She seemed not to notice when Brudos stole out during the night to invade other people's homes to satisfy his underwear fetish, although she did sense some oddities in his character. Once, he even walked up to her dressed in women's underwear. She was reportedly shocked, and he seemed hurt by her inability to understand. He'd looked for a woman who would be compliant to his will and accept everything. She had disappointed him, so he returned to his secret world. They said nothing more to each other about it. On another occasion, his wife discovered a paperweight in the house shaped like a woman's breast. That really bothered her, but Brudos had an explanation. Not knowing what else to do, she accepted it and forgot the incident, just like she did when she caught him developing photographs of nude women. It's unlikely that she would have understood the nature of Brudos's aberrant obsession. Schechter discusses the deviance, or paraphilia, in The Serial Killer Files. He mentions that horror films commonly depict men who dress in women's clothing as psychotic slashers who hate and want to kill women. He points to Psycho and Dress to Kill as examples. Yet transvestites are generally non-violent. Their penchant for women's clothing or undergarments does not turn them into rapists or killers, although it's often accompanied by feelings of shame. Rather, if they take up violence, their fetish may become part of whatever they do, but the desire for women's clothing is merely an expression of their particular erotic desires. Becoming violent is the manifestation of a different drive. In fact, several mass and serial killers claim, as Brudos did, that they were forced to dress as girls when they were children. But unlike him, most did not become transvestites. And some became cross-dressers without any help from their parents. Dr. Lynn Fraser, a San Francisco-based therapist with transgendered clients, offered a lengthy discussion of the phenomenon as she saw it from her clients' experiences, presenting it at a conference in 1990 and posting it online. Among the many things she explains is a classification system for transsexualism in males to help interested parties make their way through this unusual world. Early onset cross-gendered identity, in which there's no sexual arousal associated with cross-dressing. Their gender identity is female and they appear to be androgynous. Effeminate homosexuality, manifested by those who are talkative and uninhibited about sex. Late onset transvestism, cross-dressing is associated with sexuality and is triggered by specific things as the female orientation gradually dominates. Cross-dressing, with a female fantasy in the form of an escape mechanism and without the desire to change gender identity. Brudos appears to be among the latter. Dr. Fraser does not address the erotic nature of the fantasy, but clearly that the attraction for Brudos was the underwear and shoes. As he grew bolder in acquiring and wearing these items, he took advantage of his ability to sneak undetected into women's bedrooms to overpower one sleeping woman. She reported it to the police, but no one traced it to Brudos. When he was 28, Linda Slauson came to his door. That was his first murder, and only after he described to police what he had done did the full extent of his sick fantasies come to light. In trying to link the murders to Brudos, detectives Jim Stovall and Jean Doherty placed Brudos's known activities against their timeline of the missing women. In January 1968, Jerry Brudos had lived in the same neighborhood worked by the young encyclopedia salesgirl, the missing Linda Slauson. Brudos had indicated that he had moved to Salem in August or September 1968 and had gone to work in Lebanon, Oregon, nearby the I-5 freeway where Jan Whitney had vanished in November. His current job was in Halsey, only 6 miles from the body sites in the Long Tom. And of course, when Karen Spinker had disappeared from Meyer and Frank on March 27th, Brudos had lived only blocks away. Brudos had also referred vaguely to problems and appeared to have a lot of nylon rope in his workshop. The cops who met him expressed having a bad feeling about him, but that was clearly not sufficient grounds for a warrant to search his place. In addition, he did not look strong enough to have carried the bodies with their respective weights, although appearances can be deceptive, and did not drive a sports car. However, he did admit borrowing one, and some rope tied into a knot in his workshop appeared to be similar to the knots used on the bodies. He even let detectives take a sample, but then called an attorney, Dale Drake, and asked him to find out why the police seemed so interested in him. Drake agreed to represent him should he have the need. In the meantime, the police got a warrant to search Brudos' vehicle, but found that the interior had been thoroughly washed. This was suspicious, but not damning, and Brudos had a ready explanation. Yet he had no defense against the adolescent girl who picked him out of a photo spread as the man who recently had attempted to force her into a car. It was sufficient cause to arrest him, along with a weapons charge for having a gun in his car. They hoped for a stronger case, but they had some concern that Brudos might panic and flee. When he drove to Portland one day with his wife, the police moved in. After Brudos was arrested and found to be wearing women's panties, on May 30th, he agreed to submit to an interrogation. In stops and starts, despite his attorney's warning not to talk, Brudos offered a confession. Or rather, he decided to crow. In 1960, less than a decade earlier, Alfred Hitchcock had released Psycho. It was a grainy black-and-white film based loosely on the story of Ed Gein, showing a demented, mother-dominated nerd who could present a personable front while harboring a compulsion to fatally stab women who aroused him. In effect, he was killing an unacceptable part of himself. His condition of multiple personality disorder shocked the nation, especially its creepy cross-gendered manifestation. Now the police were about to see something like the real thing, only without the mental illness excuse. As Brudos admitted to his crimes and provided details, it was evidence that he thoroughly relished describing his fetish for shoes, panties, and bras. He grew more excited when he described these things, as if his passion would become contagious and infect the officers sitting with him in the room. They weren't buying. From January 1968 until April 1969, Brudos killed 4 women. Some newspaper reports indicate there were 5, but a 5th incident failed to match the MO, and under interrogation, Brudos denied knowing the victim. He also attacked or attempted to kill several more. Most of what is known about his encounters with these victims come from his confessions, which he gave freely over a period of 3 days. The detectives who interrogated him noted his complete absence of guilt or remorse, though he mourned his fate and felt badly for his wife and kids, and the fact that he never lost his appetite, despite how grotesque his descriptions were. Brudos admitted to having killed and mutilated 4 of the women, throwing their bodies into a river after he cut parts from them. His first victim, Linda Slauson, was minus her left foot, and he had kept the foot for a while after he got rid of the rest of her, trying shoes on it and taking photographs. 2 others had their breasts removed. He also photographed them while under his power. With Linda Slauson, who had naively followed him to the workshop out back to pitch her encyclopedias, he had hit her with a 2x4 hard enough to knock her out. He'd then strangled her. His wife, children, and mother lived right there in the home with him, and even as he had the dead girl on the floor of his workshop, he held calm conversations with his family, urging them to go out and get some dinner at a fast food place. All of this he told to the police. Brudos' first murder went against the received wisdom that killers often get rid of the body or walk away as quickly as they can. Later, when they became inured to corpses, they begin to do more to them, if that's part of their fetish. Yet, with his first experience, Brudos apparently was quite pleased with himself. Right away, with a dead girl on his hands, he started thinking about what he could do with her now that he had the real thing rather than just his obsessive fantasies. Clearly, his private images had gained a sufficient degree of sophistication to prepare him to spend some time with the victim and live out things he'd only dreamed about before. He told the police officers interrogating him that he was in the yard when she came to his home. He started to lie to her right away to get her to come inside. She did so readily. He sent his wife and kids out to eat, and then when a friend came over unexpectedly, Brudos had to spend some time getting rid of him. Once alone with the dead girl, he quickly undressed her. He recalled every detail, at least of her underwear, and was especially pleased that she had been wearing a pair of red panties. Then he got some items from his own collection and redressed her in them.
Realizing that he could not keep her there, he removed her foot with a hacksaw, stuck it in the freezer, and then took her body to the Willamette River. To make certain she would not be found, he had tied her to a car engine before throwing her over the bridge railing. Then he went home and savored the part of her that he'd kept as a reminder of his first kill and a trophy that he could play with. He had so many high-heeled shoes, and he could try them on this severed foot and take pictures. He did that as long as he could, but when the foot deteriorated, he tied it to a weight and threw it into the river as well. He also recalled for police that Slauson had a class ring on her finger. What rattled the detectives as Brudos told his tale was the way he grew more arrogant as he described his gruesome actions. It was as if he viewed the women he'd killed and mutilated as objects that belonged to him and existed purely for his pleasure. Whatever lives they might have gone on to lead was of no account to him. What mattered to him was his own pleasure. And since it only lasted so long, he'd had to renew it with new victims. With the realization that they probably would not find the remains of Linda Slauson this long after her murder, they pressed for details about Jan Whitney, missing at that point for 6 months. Just as the police had hypothesized, the car that Jan Whitney was driving had broken down. It was just her bad luck that Brudos happened along and saw her. She was with 2 men, he said, who looked to him like hippies, but he stopped anyway. For him, it was another unique opportunity that he could not pass up. But he played it out for maximum enjoyment. Jan apparently had given the men a ride, and they weren't helping her to fix the car. So Brudos gave them all a ride, dropped the men off, and then took Jan to his home. He told her to wait for him, while he told his wife he was going to fix her car for her. She complied. Then he got into the car behind her, told her to close her eyes, and began playing mind games. Again, she complied. He put a strap over her head and around her neck to keep her from moving, and strangled her. Once she was dead, he took her to his workshop, dressed her in some of his clothes, and took pictures to remind him of his deeds. After that, he tied her up and raised her into the air via a hook and pulley system he had fixed in the ceiling. Despite the fact that someone could discover her, he left her hanging there for several days. She was only his second victim, and already he felt cocky. In fact, while he and his family were away for a few days, a car crashed into his house, leaving a hole large enough for a view inside. Yet, no one looked, not even the police who came to investigate. That was close, Brudos said to the detectives, as if he'd nearly lost some game. After removing the body, which by this time had to have smelled of decomposition, he invited the cops to come to inspect the accident damage. They apparently smelled nothing, though the corpse was wrapped in a plastic sheet in another building in the yard. And with this victim, Brudos went on, he had kept her right breast rather than taking a foot. I was going to make a plastic mold of it, he said in the interview, and then I could make paperweights. But he did it wrong, so it didn't turn out the way he wanted. He would try again with another victim and still fail. As with Slauson, he weighted Whitney's body down by tying it to a heavy part and threw it into the Willamette River. He refused to give a specific location. Oddly, he was telling the police so much, yet holding back key details, as if he thought that keeping certain things secret would hinder them from prosecuting him. While it stymied their ability to find the body, they would have plenty for a trial. Brudos encountered Karen Spinker at the department store where she'd gone to meet her mother. He had tried for another victim and missed, so he had settled on Karen, although he had not liked the shoes she was wearing. He used a pistol to get her into his car, and then they went right to his home, where he forced her to pose in the clothing of his choice. Then he killed her by hanging her by the neck from his hook. He then removed both breasts and dressed her in the long-line bra that was too large for her. He stuffed it to keep her from bleeding in his car and to make the bra look correct. With Linda Sally, he had used a fake police badge and the threat of arrest for shoplifting to make her do what he wanted. He actually had dinner while she waited, bound, in his workshop. She apparently did not try to escape, although she fought him when he tried to strangle her with the strap. He used wires stuck into her rib cage to try to make her dance with electrical current. It apparently did not work to his satisfaction. On June 2, 1969, as reported in the local papers, Brudos was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Karen Spinker, and the police prepared a search warrant. Brudos believed he'd removed the evidence from his workshop by telling his wife to burn his stash of female clothing. But he was not smirking over this for long. His wife had not complied. A team entered the Brudos home and workshop to search for items that might link him to one or more of the victims, as well as to learn more about his methods. What they discovered there was shocking. They took photographs of everything, including the hook and pulley in the ceiling used to hoist bodies into the air. They found nylon cord and a leather strap that might have been used for murder. From a shelf, they removed a mold made from the gruesome paperweight that Brudos had described, the one of a female breast. They also discovered a cache of women's shoes in various sizes and many styles of underwear, bras, girdles, panties, and slips, as well as a collection of photographs. Some were of Brudos and female underwear, but the most important ones contained horrifying images of the victims. They found one of a woman suspended from the hook and pulley with a black hood over her head. Another body had been dressed in several different garments and photographed. Quite often, Brudos had cut the head out of the pictures so he could enjoy the anonymous female form. The photograph that really caught their attention was one that clinched the case against this monstrous murderer, even in the minds of his own attorneys. A girl's body, clothed in a black lace slip with panties and garters, hung suspended from the ceiling. The camera angled up to her crotch, reflected in a mirror on the floor. In the lower corner of the photo, there was the frozen image of a killer, caught unawares in the mirror. It was Brudos, looking at the woman he had just murdered. Now the police had good physical evidence against him. It was time to proceed through the legal process. Some sources claim that neither Slosson's nor Whitney's body were found, but Jan Whitney's was actually recovered in the summer of 1970. The district attorney nevertheless had sufficient evidence in 1969 in the other cases to go forward. They had the photographs and the confession. That was a body of evidence. On June 4, 1969, Jerome Brudos was arraigned. Charges in the Whitney and Sally cases were filed quickly thereafter. Brudos kept Dale Drake to defend him, who then teamed up with high-powered criminal lawyer George Roten. They all expected the trial to be fairly long and involved, since the prosecution had an extensive witness team and quite a collection of evidence. The defense attorneys knew they could not get around Brudos's actual guilt, so they formulated a strategy based on a mental illness. Brudos pleaded not guilty, and more reluctantly, since he believed himself to be a genius, not guilty by reason of insanity. That meant he'd be processed through mental health assessments from both sides. And he was. He attempted, with whining and tears, to convince the psychiatrist that he was himself a victim of a terrible mother. But most of them saw that he just felt sorry for himself. He added that in 1969, he'd suffered an accident. While repairing a device, he had contacted a live wire which had knocked him off his feet. He'd survived, but he had suffered afterward from severe headaches. He then began knocking women down to steal their clothing. In that situation, he said that he'd been unable to control himself. He said that he then began to fantasize about keeping female corpses in his freezer. He wanted to be able to dress and pose them however he liked, whenever he liked. In other words, he wanted a life-size doll. After his first murder, he had purchased a large freezer. He had now activated his fantasy, and he wanted to be more prepared in the event that he had such an opportunity again. He was clearly a man who liked being in control. In fact, he insisted that if he were treated in a hospital, he would get better, and he was determined to get out and raise his own children. He was oblivious to the seriousness of his situation, but not confused or disoriented. He was arrogant and revealed no sense of remorse. 7 psychiatrists who assessed him indicated that while he had a personality disorder, he nevertheless knew what he was doing and that it was wrong. That is, he would not be considered legally insane. Antisocial personality? Yes. Paraphilias of a deviant nature? Absolutely. But he was not psychotic. He had certainly known what he was doing to these girls, and that it was both illegal and wrong. Was he a danger? Definitely. Was his condition able to be rehabilitated? No. After consulting with his attorneys, who saw no way out, Brudos changed his plea to guilty in the murders of Jan Whitney, Karen Spinker, and Linda Sally, all from Salem. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life imprisonment with the chance for parole. He also admitted to a fourth murder in Multnomah County, but Linda Slausson's body was never found, and he was not prosecuted in the case. Then, Brudos' wife was arrested and tried as his accomplice. One neighbor claimed she had actually seen his wife help Brudos with a victim, but her testimony was discredited. Since there was no evidence that she knew about or participated in any of the crimes, as difficult as that was to believe, she was acquitted. In 1970, she ended her 8-year marriage to Brudos, changed her name, and moved with the children to an unknown location. It's likely she just wanted to put the whole thing behind her, although she would probably never forget her inadvertent discoveries of his cross-dressing habit and the paperweight. She, too, was a victim. In August 1970, the Oregon Court of Appeals published an opinion on Brudos' petition for a rehearing. Gary Babcock had filed the brief. Brudos insisted that the court should not have accepted his guilty plea to 3 first-degree murders, and thus should not have imposed consecutive life sentences. His attorney argued that once a person had received a life sentence for an offense, all consecutive life sentences must run concurrent with it. The court responded that they could not consider the defendant's first claim of error on direct appeal, and the defendant had to instead present his grounds for setting aside his pleas of guilty within the appropriate legislative framework. Thus, his appeal, in total, was denied, as were all subsequent appeals, including the one in which he claimed he'd suffered from hypoglycemia when offering his guilty plea. Brudos, who had been in prison longer than any other inmate in Oregon, periodically comes up for parole, inspiring a flurry of letters from Oregon residents to the parole board to prevent him from going free. Brudos makes a plea for it, insists that he is no longer a threat to society, and even claiming he did not commit the murders. He's also tried to mitigate his crimes by blaming his mother's abuse and neglect. In appeals to the board, he's mentioned having blackouts during his crime spree and has indicated that at the time, the world had seemed increasingly less real to him. In 1995, the parole board voted to keep him in prison for life, but he still comes up for it every 2 years, as hopeful as ever that one day he will be free. He was then 66 years old, and there have been several more hearings since 1995 in which he has argued for his mental stability. Yet, he has shown no remorse. As an Associated Press article reported, Brudos still refused to say why he'd killed, contending that he would be in danger if he did. He told board members that he was ready to join society, that in more than 30 years in Oregon State Penitentiary, he had availed himself of every possible rehabilitation program for sex-offending murderers. Brudos was then quoted as saying, "I think I've got a whole new personality," in the Oregonian. A reporter said that Brudos is certain he won't kill again, but he won't say why. The article goes on to point out that a young woman on a tour of the prison encountered him. When he took her hand, she felt that something wasn't right in the way he looked at her and jerked it away. The encounter chilled her. Humans have an instinct, says the reporter, and it is important to heed it. Lives depend on it. But Brudos indicated that his own life depended on not divulging anything in the presence of reporters who attended the parole hearings. "These people here will get me killed," he was quoted in the Corvallis Gazette-Times. Apparently, he believed the publicity of his crimes from more than 30 years ago would inspire violence against him within the prison. In August 2003, as they've done in the past, the parole board members once again denied Brudos the freedom he sought. They made their decision after only half-an-hour interview with the convicted killer, saying they did not need a full hearing. The Gazette-Times applauded this wise decision. A man who could mutilate and murder was not a likely candidate for responsible citizenship, especially since he did it all without ever alerting his wife to the devious acts he performed inside his home-based workshop. Brudos was considered a model patient, denied his crimes, and walked around the prison unsupervised. He was apparently a computer whiz. Someone in a chat room noted online that the prison allowed him to sell leather key fobs with his name engraved on them through their prison store. Brudos was up for parole again in August 2005, based on serving the minimum time for his 3 consecutive sentences. The results would likely be the same, as long as there's community outrage over his past acts. In Oregon's outdated system, he will come up for a hearing every 2 years until he dies or gains his freedom. He has adjusted to prison life and has turned his energies to his personal computer and printer, which makes life in a cell much more meaningful. Unfortunately, he's got plenty of time to figure out the angles and probably will exploit all the possibilities for getting out for as long as he can. Jerome Brudos' 3 life sentences ended on March 28, 2006, at the age of 67, as reported in Salem, Oregon's Statesman's Journal. The longest incarcerated inmate, at 37 years, at Oregon State Penitentiary, was thought to have died from natural causes. When Brudos pled guilty in mid-1969 to the strangulation murders of 3 young women, he was convicted and imprisoned. A model prisoner and computer expert, Brudos held out hope for release, going before the parole board at regular intervals and insisting he was no longer a danger to society. However, he never expressed remorse for his crimes, blaming his lethal act on his mother's abuse. At times, he even recanted his confessions and said he was not guilty. Yet, he'd also admitted that killing had relieved stress. Although he was denied parole, over the years he received privileges in the prison, including unsupervised mobility. He was found dead in his bed around 5:10 in the morning. Other reports indicate that he'd had treatment for colon cancer, and during the week before his death, he had been going to the prison infirmary.
In 2005 and 2006, residents of South Phoenix lived in fear. While the criminal or criminals known as the serial shooter made a sport of hunting strangers across the city and its southern suburbs, another mysterious assailant prowled the bustling, middle-class area near Baseline Road. The Baseline killer was at one point suspected of killing as many as 23 people, mostly women in their 20s and 30s. Ballistics tests proved 9 seemingly unrelated shootings were connected, and police linked them to a series of rapes and carjackings as well. But figuring out who was behind the crime spree was more difficult. The perpetrator seemed a master of disguise. Sometimes he was bald, sometimes he had dreadlocks, sometimes he wore a fisherman's cap. Sometimes he seemed homeless and hopeless, sometimes he approached his victims saying he needed a ride. Sometimes he was a model of civility and suave politeness until he launched his brutal attacks. Still, investigators tracked him down. In fact, it turned out the police apparently had just the evidence they needed to identify the suspects 9 months before they arrested him. But 7 more people died before authorities caught their own mistake and caught Mark Goudeau. Of course, there are people who say that the Baseline killer wasn't Goudeau at all. The Baseline killer stalked his prey by cornering women as they went about their everyday lives, leaving work, washing a car, waiting at a bus stop. An 8-year-old boy came home from school to find his mother dead in their apartment. Another woman was discovered under a pile of debris. In February 2006, Romelia Vargas and Mirna Palma Roman were attacked in the lunch truck they operated. Cops found them hours later in puddles of their own blood. A month later, George Chu offered Liliana Sanchez Cabrera a ride home after her first day at Yoshi's, a restaurant where they both worked. Chu's body was found in the alley out back. Sanchez Cabrera's ended up in a deserted parking lot a mile away. That's just part of the list. And, authorities say now, this list would have been much shorter if they hadn't made a major error in the investigation of a 2005 assault. In September of that year, a man attacked 2 sisters as they walked home through a South Phoenix park. The armed assailant pushed them into the bushes and ordered them to strip. The older sister was pregnant. The killer forced her at gunpoint to watch as he raped the younger woman. Phoenix police took 2 swabs from one of the woman's breasts, hoping that lab tests would find DNA that would identify the attacker. One swab didn't show any of the perpetrator's DNA. The other swab was mishandled and not immediately tested with the first. After failing to make a break in the Baseline case, police approached the State Department of Public Safety for assistance. Because of similarities in the sisters' story and the plague of Baseline Road assault cases, they included evidence gathered in investigating the sisters' assault. That evidence included the untested second swab. It sounds like the investigators made a blunder worthy of the Keystone Cops, but police say that the administrative error may actually have been a stroke of luck. If they had kept better track of the swab and analyzed it themselves, their lab, not as sophisticated as the DPS services, might easily have destroyed the sample without establishing its DNA evidence. As it was,
Their initial error preserved the swab until the DPS was called in to straighten things out. The DPS successfully analyzed the swab. The DNA matched that of Mark Goudeau, a 42-year-old convicted felon. The sisters had failed to identify Goudeau when they first looked at mugshots, and one of them had even fingered another suspect. Still, authorities soon arrested and charged Goudeau. Defense lawyer Corwin Townsend would found that the DPS's test had used up everything the swab had gathered, leaving the defense unable to run their own tests to verify the results. On their fourth search of Goudeau's home, police found a victim's ring in one of Goudeau's shoes and traces of Chu's blood in the shed. The investigation, prosecution, and trial proceeded quickly, and Goudeau was found guilty on 19 counts in September 2007. That earned him 438 years in prison, and that's just from the charges for the crimes against the two sisters. He was not yet to be tried for the alleged 9 murders or other crimes of which he'd been accused. Maricopa County Senior Court Judge Andrew Klein noted that Goudeau seemed like two different men. He said he found it hard to believe that the deferential, well-mannered man he saw in court was the vicious thug who committed the crimes with which he is charged. His defense and supporters still say he didn't do it. When his Baseline Road neighbors spoke of their anxiety about the wave of unexplained violence threatening their families, construction worker Mark Goudeau would sadly shake his head and observe that there was no escape from the nastiness of which some people are capable. He knew that from his time in prison. Paroled in 2004, Goudeau had served 13 years due to a crack problem that led him to a career in violent crime. He had been convicted of 3 aggravated assaults, armed robbery, and kidnapping. Since getting out, he'd been working 10-hour days and apparently abiding by his parole agreement. As his wife, Wendy Carr, sees it, Goudeau was a black man with a police record who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Cops needed to collar someone as the Baseline killer, but, Carr insists, Goudeau is the nicest guy in the world. After Goudeau's conviction, his lawyer, Roger Carter, claimed that a member of the first grand jury had been biased, and they asked to have the case remanded to a new grand jury. But in August 2008, Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Warren Granville upheld the indictments. In August 2009, Mark Goudeau was still awaiting trial on 9 counts of first-degree murder and other charges. In June 2009, however, a leaked police report suggested authorities had looked at whether someone else might have been connected to at least some of the Baseline crimes. Police had been questioning Goudeau's family friend Terry Wayne Smith about the Baseline crimes ever since the lunch truck murder. Then, in 2006, a Home Depot customer reported that a man, allegedly Smith, seemed to be following her. When Officer Rusty Stewart ran a background check on Smith, he found that he had a long history of violent crime in both California and Arizona. He'd been convicted of aggravated assault and armed robbery, and he'd been a suspect in 2 homicide cases. Smith had been released from a Tucson prison just months before the Baseline killer attacks started. And, Officer Stewart heard, Smith had been chattering about stalking and murdering women. Police also discovered that Smith, like the serial shooters, seemed to be saving newspaper clippings of violent crimes. A few days after Goudeau was arrested, police arrested Smith. He'd allegedly held his family at gunpoint overnight. Stewart says that when he talked to Smith's mother, she asked whether he suspected her son was the Baseline killer, and that she told him Smith had been bragging about how many murders he'd committed. Stewart ultimately compiled a 166-page report detailing circumstantial evidence supporting the possibility that Smith may have been involved in the Baseline murders. Goudeau's supporters suggest there may have been a cover-up and rush to convict Goudeau, but police spokesmen say that Smith had been properly investigated and cleared, and that he had even been in jail during one of the Baseline crimes. In April 2009, police delivered Stewart's report to Goudeau's defense. In June 2011, Mark Goudeau came on trial on 72 charges, 9 of them murder. On October 31st, a Maricopa County Superior Court jury convicted him on 67 felony counts, including the 9 murders, attempted murder, assault, and kidnapping. They found him not guilty on 1 count of armed robbery, 2 counts of attempted armed robbery, and 1 count of kidnapping. The jury was hung on 1 count of sexual abuse. As the jury foreman read one guilty verdict after another, Goudeau remained stoic, but later accused the court of corruption and told Judge Warren Granville that he does not intend to be present for the sentencing phase of his trial. Although a host of new convictions may not mean much to a man already serving 438 years, Goudeau now faced the death penalty. On October 31, 2011, Mark Goudeau was found guilty of a total of 67 felony counts, including all murders attributed to the baseline killer. On November 30, 2011, Goudeau was sentenced to death 9 times for the murders and 1,196 years for the other 58 crimes he was convicted for. While serving a 438-year sentence after being convicted for 19 separate crimes related to the rape and assault of 2 sisters during the same crime spree, this sentence totals 1,634 years. In October 2015, Goudeau appealed his 9 death sentences, with an appellate attorney arguing to the Arizona Supreme Court that Goudeau should have been tried separately for each of the murders and some other counts. In June 2016, the Arizona Supreme Court upheld 9 death sentences and more than 60 other felony convictions against Mark Goudeau. If the Arizona Supreme Court keeps up the good work, we might see this guy out on the street again. Take it away, boys. In so many crime stories of the real and unreal, hunters are often the first to find the body. They are the ones the rural police call to help with searches for lost hikers and missing people. Sometimes their dogs are the first to find the lost person. The hunters stalk through the woods with eyes open, looking for tracks and minute signs of not just their quarry, but for any disturbance of the woods. Rarely do they come across the horrifying. Mostly, they have a peaceful day in the fields and forests. Usually, in order to access the woodlands, they're forced to park their trucks along the ditches of wooded back roads. 2 hunters found the body of a 12-year-old girl in a ditch along a country road. It was September 10, 1994, near the small village of Kempster, an area known as the gateway to Wisconsin's North Woods. There were no clothes on her body, and her hands were bound behind her back with ripped shreds of a pink t-shirt. She had been beaten, strangled, and stabbed in the abdominal area and chest. She had been there for 5 days. The hunter-killer left one clue, a small speck of evidence that would later be used against him. It was a carpet fiber found on the girl's body. Chief Deputy Larry Shattuck of the Landglade County Sheriff Department likened it to hunting. He said of the killer, "He just was hunting. Like when you go hunting, he found himself a victim." David Frank Spanbauer was born into a blue-collar German Catholic family in January of 1941 in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He was the oldest child of Frank and Evelyn Spanbauer, and he had 2 younger sisters, Judy and Mary. Frank was tough on his only son, and they had a troublesome relationship. When David was 14 years old, his father passed away from a heart problem. The scores of blacked-out entries on Spanbauer's juvenile record indicate he had some tangles with the law in his teenage years. He dropped out of Oshkosh High School just after his 17th birthday and joined the Navy. He was a basket case in the military. He received 3 court-martials for being absent without leave and spent 7 months in the brig. His mother received a letter from naval doctors stating they thought David needed psychiatric care, but no further mention was made of the issue. He received a dishonorable discharge and returned to Wisconsin in November of 1959. After his aborted attempt at Navy life, he went back to Oshkosh High School to pick up where he left off, but soon his twisted inclinations propelled him into the first major criminal event of his life. On January 3, 1960, he broke into a home in Appleton and made away with 2 diamond rings, a hunting knife, a bottle of booze, some cash, and a .22 handgun. One night later in Neenah, a town 10 miles north of Oshkosh, he robbed a home with his new pistol. A week later in Appleton, a mother slept in another room while her 13-year-old daughter studied. A masked man entered the house and stole some cash. He flashed a pistol at the girl and hauled her out behind the garage. "I'm going to rape you," he said. "What does that mean?" asked the girl. The 19-year-old Spanbauer answered by smacking her twice. The girl screamed and attracted the attention of a person passing by. He ran off and drove to Green Bay. That evening, on January 12, 1960, Carol Grady, a 16-year-old girl, was babysitting her cousins. As she played the piano, Spanbauer lurked outside the house watching her through the window. Armed with his pistol, he entered the house and pocketed a small amount of cash and brought the teenager to the bedroom. Spanbauer lashed her down spread-eagled on the bed and slashed apart her clothes with a knife and raped her. Her uncle returned and Spanbauer shot him in the face and escaped from the house. Since his first burglary when he procured the handgun, Spanbauer drifted around the southern Wisconsin area for almost a month and a half. There's a record of an attempted robbery near Milwaukee, and finally, he was picked up for carrying a concealed firearm in Sheboygan County on February 16th. Spanbauer broke down in police custody and told his stories, and everything came out. In court, the judge labeled him as a sexual deviant and sentenced him to 70 years in prison. David Spanbauer, age 19, Wisconsin convict, sexual deviant. During his prison time, Spanbauer's mother, Evelyn, hammered authorities with letters encouraging her son's release at his parole hearings. She wrote to Governor Warren Knowles and claimed her son was not a pervert, and Spanbauer's conviction was a result of the rape victim being a licentious woman and of Spanbauer being poor. His mother's efforts were useless. Prison officials constantly suspected him of homosexual liaisons with other inmates, especially younger prisoners. They also noted he was an intelligent and good worker, yet his temper was vicious. During his 1971 parole hearing, Spanbauer had an outburst and later claimed he had no control over what he couldn't alter. While in prison, he got a tattoo of a devil on his forearm, and it would be a symbol for his potential for evil and an incriminating mark. He was finally released in May of 1972, and it seemed like he was making positive steps in his life. He enrolled at Madison Area Technical College and maintained a B average while living at the YMCA at the University of Wisconsin campus in Madison. But he quickly became entangled in the local crime scene. He let an escaped prisoner borrow his car, and the fugitive was arrested after a robbery in nearby Middleton. Spanbauer was dangerously close to going back to prison. In 1913, the Wisconsin government created the first prisoner work release program for those in county jails. Inmates are allowed to go to work in the morning, but must return to jail to stay overnight. Known as the Huber Law, it has long been a part of Wisconsin's legal lingo. I heard Crazy Joe is in jail for beating up a drunk farmer at the Hilltop Tavern. Yeah, but he scored a job as a janitor at Lambeau Field and is out on Huber. For being involved in the robbery case, Spanbauer did some time in the Dane County Jail, but was able to get out with Huber Law privileges working for the Madison Parks Department. Madison is often called by its nickname Madtown, and it's been referred to as the city of 4 lakes. 2 of the lakes, Lake Mendota and Lake Monona, characterize the city by forming a narrow isthmus that blends the downtown, University, and Capital districts. The lakes lend the city much beauty, and dotting the shoreline are parks with beaches. As soon as the warm spring weather starts blending into hints of a hot summer, the beaches are loaded with co-eds from the university. Spanbauer worked the parks and the city beaches in the hot summer sun of 1972. He eyeballed the bikini-clad women lying in the sun. He'd just spent 13 years in prison. The half-naked women at the beach drove him mad with sexual urges. Later, he told psychiatrists he did what he did out of sexual frustration, and he simply couldn't wait any longer. He said to a social worker that he was asocial and must have been born retarded. He knew of Token Creek Park, and that is where he drove to rape the girl. She was a 17-year-old waitress out hitchhiking. He picked her up on Highway 51 by brandishing a knife, and while driving to the park, he told her that he was going to rape her, and when he was through with her, he would run her over with his car and toss her body in a ditch. She started crying, and David Spanbauer cried along with her. It was August 11th, 1972. He tied up her hands and had his way with her. She told the police the man had a tattoo of the devil on his forearm, and later, when Spanbauer was rounded up as a suspect, she identified him as the man who raped her. Spanbauer tried to play it all off. In his eyes, they got along fine and that everything was cool and they had consensual sex. Spanbauer was found guilty for abduction and rape, and Assistant District Attorney John Burr asked for a maximum sentence of 50 years on top of what Spanbauer would receive for violating his parole. With all of the facts of the case before him, Judge Richard Bardwell reasoned that the rape was much more mild than Spanbauer's previous rape, the one where he tied the victim down spread-eagled, raped her at knife point, and then blasted another man in the face with a handgun. Therefore, the judge figured, Spanbauer had moved from being a very dangerous sex offender to now merely just dangerous. So there's been some improvement. He noted that Spanbauer was still a sociopath, but his tendencies weren't so severe. Bardwell gave Spanbauer 12 years in prison that ran concurrently with his revoked parole. The girl was, in effect, asking for it, said Bardwell. They're tempting fate when they do it. Assistant District Attorney Burke thought Spanbauer was a threat to society and was enraged by the light sentence. Burke later said that Spanbauer was in the top 10 of the most vicious and violent people I've ever had the displeasure of coming in contact with. Spanbauer manipulated the system before he was sentenced. He asked Judge Bardwell to be sent to a place where he'd receive treatment. It was a shifting attitude of Spanbauer. It was about me, the victim, the one that needs help in a world where everyone was seemingly against him. He picked up on the letter-writing campaign from his mother. His strategy was to claim his innocence. He wrote to Judge Bardwell claiming he was not guilty and that he was incapable of committing rape. His reasoning was that since he was intimate with fear and pain as a violent rapist, he would therefore be unwilling to inflict those emotional states on others. Bardwell's sentence was too harsh, he wrote, and some letters claimed he was innocent. Others were attacks on the prison system written from his victimized frame of mind. He complained to state government officials that he was entitled to more education and social benefits. He even complained that his prison wages weren't making enough money in interest. It played into his idea that he was a victim, but writing letters also passed the time. Mostly, he held down various jobs in prison and took some technical classes, and he waited for Carol to come by for a visit. Carol Patterson was a 30-year-old divorced mother of 4 and welfare recipient. She heard of Spanbauer from a friend who had a husband in the same prison. She first met him in October 1975 and became a regular visitor to the point where she moved to Beaver Dam so she could be closer to make her daily visit at Waupun State Prison. She unequivocally believed that Spanbauer was innocent of the rape charges that put him behind bars. And no one, not even her social worker, could change her mind. They got married in July 1976, and for Spanbauer, his new wife was one more tool to help him gain leverage in his parole hearings. He penned more letters to prison officials and Judge Bardwell, now using his status as a married man as an angle. He claimed that because of family obligations, he was entitled to an early release and that his new 13-year-old stepdaughter needed parental guidance. This did not faze the parole board. They knew it was a sham, and in 1978, the couple filed for divorce. The marriage only lasted 2 years. The women in his life were leaving him. While in prison, his younger sister died and his mother passed away. In prison, Spanbauer was treated for sexual perversions and mental problems. He spent some time in group therapy, and mostly it seems that this was a ploy to receive a get-out-of-jail-early card. In 1986, when he was denied parole again, he swore he was done dealing with shrinks and their evaluations and therapies. He even thought that the psychologists were getting more out of the therapy sessions than him. He continued to pine for early parole and continued to mention his former wife as part of his plan of making a new positive life once he got out. Spanbauer planned on moving in with her, but nothing he could scheme could change the adamant decision of the parole board. They continually refused parole until they no longer could, until the mandatory release date on January 29, 1991. Spanbauer finished doing time. He left prison with $8,000 in savings from his prison work and moved in with his sister Judy, who was married to Clark Tadich, an Oshkosh police officer. It was a temporary stay, and once he got settled in at the job at the local 7-Up bottling plant, he moved into an apartment of his own on the west side of Oshkosh. He was out on parole and had to file reports of his ongoings and whereabouts. In his descriptions of what he was up to, he would write a dull platitude and tag at the end of the sentence, "Smile," as if it were an early handwritten version of the smiley face icon used in today's internet chat rooms and message boards. Everything was fine, he wrote, and it seemed like he was readjusting to life on the outside. On Christmas Eve of 1991, Spanbauer had a heart attack, and for a moment, there was no heartbeat, but the doctors brought him back to life. His poor heart condition would haunt him for the remainder of his life. He worked early mornings and finished up mid-afternoon at the bottling plant, and would head to a couple of nearby taverns to knock back a few cold ones. He never got blatantly drunk. He was a slow and steady drinker that minded his own business, and one tavern owner tagged him to be a nice guy. Winnicott is a small town of the Fox Valley region, not far from Spanbauer's known circle of roaming around. In the early 1990s, a band of drunken redneck teenagers called the Winnicott Possum Kickers prowled back roads and shined opossums with flashlights. Once the opossum froze up, they kicked the animal to death with steel-toe work boots. That was evening entertainment for the local juvenile delinquents of the area in a time when women and girls started disappearing. Winnicott was the home of 20-year-old Laura Deppies. She worked at the Fox River Mall in Grand Chute, and when she finished her shift on August 19, 1992, she went over to visit her friends in Menasha, and she never showed up. Her friends found her locked car in their apartment parking lot. David Spanbauer just started his summer vacation the day before. She's still missing to this day. Another girl disappeared. Her bicycle was found near her rural home in Ripon, in Fond du Lac County, on August 23, 1992. 6 weeks later, her body was found about 100 miles away in a cornfield ditch near Tower Hill State Park, not far from the Wisconsin River. Her name was Ronelle Eichsted. She was 10 years old. David Spanbauer raped and killed her. He used his 1988 four-door Eagle Premier to transport her body. He sold that and later bought a maroon 1991 Pontiac Bonneville. Almost 2 years later, on the 4th of July of 1994, 24-year-old Miriam Staraya was riding her bike on a county road near Hartman Creek State Park when a maroon Pontiac banged into her bike hard enough for her to crash. Spanbauer emerged from the car. He said he was trying to scare her and he had a pistol. Another car coming down the road slowed down, and Spanbauer got back into his car and drove away. Staraya reported the incident to the police. The FBI hired a professional artist from California to sketch out the suspect's features, one of 6 pictures of what they thought the attacker might look like, including a side profile. State and federal investigators in charge of the case were unsure if they had reliable composite drawings, and they decided only to release the sketches to involved law enforcement bodies. They already had plenty of leads to follow up on, and the special agents did not want a flood of bad tips coming in if the sketch were shown to the public. Spanbauer was on a roll in the summer and autumn of 1994. It was the longest stint of freedom he had ever tasted since he was 19 years old. It was overwhelming. He exploited it. For him, robbery, rape, and murder were addicting if you did not get caught. His crime spree continued through the Fox Valley region. He burglarized homes with the intention of there being no confrontation, just a matter of getting the goods, in and out. But if a person were home, he produced a pistol to finish the robbery at gunpoint. On July 9th, less than a week later after he attacked Staraya, Spanbauer broke into a home in Appleton armed with a handgun. He thought nobody was home, but he found 21-year-old Trudy Jeschke in a bedroom and fired one shot into her chest. She would have been a witness. She died from the bullet wound. He later ditched the gun at Menominee Park in Oshkosh. On Labor Day, September 5th, a 12-year-old girl from nearby Weyawega rode her bike on Sanders Road near her grandma's house in the township of Dayton. It wasn't far from the place where Spanbauer ran down Staraya in his car. He got her into his car and molested her and drove her 75 miles north up into Langlade County near Kempster. 5 or 6 hours transpired from when he picked her up and when he finally decided to end it. He strangled her and stabbed her and threw her body into a steep ditch. Police organized a search for the missing girl using a country church for the headquarters. Hundreds of volunteers helped canvass the surrounding woods in a 10-mile perimeter, and the FBI joined the case. Her body was found 5 days later. Her name was Cora Jones. His attacks continued and occurred with regularity. On October 20th, he raped a 15-year-old girl, and on November 5th, he raped a 31-year-old woman in the Appleton area. By now, the Wapaka County Sheriff's Department, the Langlade County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation were on the case, suspecting the string of assaults and murders were more than a coincidence. Combined Locks is a small Wisconsin town named after the boat locks on the Fox River. It's a quiet, woodsy place, an old sawmill and pulp paper town that reminds one of David Lynch's rural community of Twin Peaks. It's not the place where killers roam through people's backyards. On November 14, 1994, Gerald Argall went to his home in Combined Locks and discovered a man breaking into his house. He gave chase and tackled and wrestled the 53-year-old man into submission, and when the police arrived, they arrested the prowler on burglary charges. While in custody, the police noticed that the tools found in the suspect's car matched those used in the 2 home invasion rapes that happened earlier that fall. The police kept up their interrogations, and after 4 days, he confessed in the presence of his attorney, Tom Zowich, to kidnapping and killing the 2 little girls and for the shooting death of Jeschke. Langlade County Sheriff David Steger said that his confession contained details that only the killer would know about and felt that, he's our guy. The cases were finally closed. He was the man that left Ronell dead near the Wisconsin River 2 years before. He also confessed to the rapes and numerous burglaries. And yes, he was the man in the sketch picture, the one that knocked Storia off her bike near Hartman Creek State Park. Analysis of the carpet fiber found on the body of Cora Jones proved to match the carpet of Spanbauer's Pontiac Bonneville. Spanbauer was cleared of any connection in the 1992 case of Laura Deppes. Spanbauer's crimes ranged through 5 counties, and each county prosecutor wanted a piece of him. Spanbauer's attorney negotiated that the 18 charges be consolidated at one venue, and the case landed in Outagamie County and into the lap of prosecutor Vince Biskupik. At the Outagamie County Courthouse, wanted posters were tacked to the wall, and one of them hanging up at the time of the trial asked for information about the Trudy Jeschke case and volunteered a $10,000 reward for tips that led to the killer's capture. Another poster called for information regarding the Deppes case. They were only 2 of the other faces of missing women that hung on the wall. During the proceedings, Biskupik painted Spanbauer as the criminal he was, calling him a festering soul and a coward, and asked him to turn to face the courtroom audience composed of the victims' families stricken with grief. He's evil, and at the same time, he's pathetic, said Biskupik. Spanbauer said nothing. He was 53 years old, but looked slightly older. His hair was gray and thin, the appearance of an oaf that spent 35 years of adulthood in prison. Spanbauer's attorney, Zowich, admitted that his client was sane and felt remorse. On Thursday, December 8, 1994, Spanbauer pleaded no contest to 2 charges and guilty to the remaining 16 charges. He was found guilty for first-degree intentional homicide in the Jones and Eichstätt murders and guilty on all other counts. The sentencing came on December 20th. The courtroom was packed to see what fate Spanbauer would receive. The county courthouse was full of the families of Cora, Ronell, and Trudy, and also the families of Spanbauer's 2 previous rape victims. It was standing room only, and part of the audience was sent out of the courtroom to watch the verdict on television. Circuit Judge James Bayorgian was a far different judge than Judge Bardwell back in 1972. There was no leniency, and there was no speculation of any innate goodness that might be left and coaxed out of Spanbauer in any kind of rehabilitation. It was the end of the road for him. Judge Bayorgian said, "I don't know from what cesspool in hell you slithered forth, and I can't send you back." He speculated that it couldn't be possible for the God they believed in would let a piece of offal like you walk this earth. He took into account the life expectancies of Cora Jones, Ronell Eichstätt, and Trudy Jeschke to calculate the time he deserved to be in prison, and Spanbauer was handed 3 life terms plus the maximum consecutive sentences on the other crimes, a total of 403 years. The earliest possible time Spanbauer could be a free man would be December 20th, 2191. He would die in prison. Spanbauer knew prison life. He knew very well what the prison population's attitude is towards high-profile child rapists and killers. He knew he would end up dead, and he told his fears to his attorney. Spanbauer's lawyer, Tom Zowich, presented a deal for Spanbauer to be imprisoned in another state. It was not an unthinkable concern. Around the time of Spanbauer's arrest in November 1994, Wisconsin's most vicious serial killer and boy rapist, the Milwaukee cannibal Jeffrey Dahmer, had been doing time in the Columbia Correctional Institute in Portage. While working janitorial duties with 2 other convicts, he was found dead with a crushed skull. His fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, beat him to death with a broom handle. The deal was cut and Spanbauer saved himself from being shanked. He was sent to the Minnesota Correctional Facility at Faribault, Minnesota, a medium-security prison. While serving his time there, he returned back to Appleton for a secret court hearing in early December 1998. His health at the time was poor, but he made the trip to inform the police where he ditched the murder weapon in the 1994 jet ski case. Menominee Park in Oshkosh, he told them, and with his accurate details, the police located the gun within half an hour. In October 2000, he was secretly transferred back over the state line to Dodge Correctional Institution in Waupun. Spanbauer's lawyer, Tom Zowich, didn't know about the transfer, only that the letters they exchanged mysteriously stopped that autumn. He was informed of Spanbauer's presence in Wisconsin by a journalist when the story broke in the local media in early May 2001 that the killer was back in the state. The reason cited for the move was that Spanbauer was suffering from heart problems and that the prison at Waupun could attend to his medical condition better because it staffed a 24-hour infirmary. Zowich noted in his contact with Spanbauer over the years that he was friendly, smart, and polite, yet he had a side of evil and darkness, a kind of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde personality, he said. In Spanbauer's remaining months, he was trying to arrange for an interview with the Post-Crescent for a fee. He wanted to clear his conscience and make a few bucks on the side. It never happened since the newspaper's policy is not to pay for interviews. Spanbauer died on Monday, July 29, 2002, at Dodge Correctional Institution. He was pronounced dead at 4:25 p.m. in the prison hospital. An autopsy revealed that final-stage liver disease and coronary heart disease were the causes of death. Spanbauer previously instructed the doctors that he should not be resuscitated if he flatlined. Nobody would have resuscitated him anyway. Biskupik commented that, "You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who's shedding a tear over this death." His body was not claimed and no family was present when Spanbauer was buried on Thursday near the prison grounds, but the details were handled by Spanbauer's niece in Florida, who felt that Spanbauer almost treated her like a daughter. A prison chaplain performed a brief funeral rite. When the father of Cora was notified about Spanbauer's death, he said he felt shocked at first and then felt a sense of relief, as if a weight was taken off him, and that it was time that Spanbauer met the true judge. He also was disgusted at the idea of his tax dollars paying for Spanbauer's incarceration and medical care every time he looked at his paycheck. "There will be a party tonight," he said. When Spanbauer was sentenced to 3 life terms, plus 403 years in prison, Judge Bayorgian called him pure evil. And after he was locked up, the legacy of David Spanbauer raged in Wisconsin's opinion pages, courtrooms, and congressional halls. The issues were numerous in the late 1990s. Many people thought the criminal justice system failed miserably because Spanbauer only served 13 years out of a 70-year sentence. Again, he was convicted, sentenced, and released again, only to go on a rampage. Spanbauer became a poster boy for tougher laws, and bringing up his name in a political address was a sure way to appeal to the Wisconsin masses. Talk of the criminal justice reforms wasn't much to console the families of the victims. A year after her death, a memorial service gathered to remember Cora Jones, and a pink cross entwined with roses marked the place where she was abducted. State Representative Dean Kofert of the Fox Valley region, where Spanbauer hunted his victims, penned a bill supporting the chemical castration of pedophiles. It was later passed and approved by Governor Tommy Thompson. Some called for the death penalty to be reintroduced in Wisconsin. In 1850, John McCaffrey drowned his wife in a hogshead barrel in Kenosha and was executed by hanging in front of about 2,000 townspeople. He was the last person to be executed in the state, and in 1853, the death penalty was abolished. In a related legal battle in 1996 regarding crime reporting and freedom of information, the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Milwaukee Journey Sentinel and WTMJ News Radio. They sued the state of Wisconsin for withholding the prison records of Spanbauer, along with serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer and his killer, Christopher Scarver, and Jesse Anderson, a murderer associated with Dahmer's death. There was another party that wanted to know more about Spanbauer's release from prison. Carol Grady spent most of her life believing that Spanbauer would be behind bars for the crimes he perpetrated in 1960. When the news of his 1994 arrest was broadcast, she was stunned and felt like a victim again. She thought Spanbauer would be an 86-year-old man when he would be finally released. Disgusted and horrified that she was never notified of his earlier release, Grady campaigned for truth in sentencing and victims' rights advocacy. In May of 1997, a truth in sentencing proposal arrived, and it was spearheaded by Carol Grady with a petition holding thousands of signatures. Felons would serve the time they are given, no early releases, and they would serve a community supervision term that's a minimum of a quarter of their prison sentence. 20 years in prison would mean 20 years. The proposal met wide support from political parties on each end of the spectrum. By the spring of 1998, the Wisconsin Senate passed a bill dubbed 2 Strikes You're Out. It was designated for those that commit crimes against children. If convicted twice, the offender would receive a life sentence. The bill encompassed sexual assault, kidnapping, false imprisonment, incest, and nearly all forms of sexual exploitation or exposure. The political winds carried the awareness of victims' rights, but in March of 1999, a television commercial aired across the state that angered people over its poor taste. It was a 60-second ad supporting Sharon Rose for a seat on the state Supreme Court, and it used the voice of the grandmother of Cora Jones. She tearfully said in a voiceover, "Cora was 12 years old when she was abducted and murdered. It's been almost 5 years, and I hurt just as bad." The commercial cuts in with the blunt message: Wisconsin sexual predator law has passed to stop what happened to Cora from ever happening again, and it then attacked the incumbent Justice Abramson, who once opposed the sexual predator law. Critics of the commercial called it a shamefully cheap shot that exploited the pain of Spanbauer's victims and their families. The 4-term Outagamie District Attorney Vince Biskupic continued to successfully prosecute violent criminals, and his skills and passion propelled him to run as the 2002 Republican candidate for Wisconsin Attorney General. "Evil needs an adversary," he said, and he dropped one name as an example: David Spanbauer. Scientific curiosity about the inner workings of the human body has led to countless medical breakthroughs. Medical discovery has been a noble path, but one that has also experienced detours, such as this one, into crime and murder. In the early 1800s, Great Britain saw an increase in the number of students wanting anatomical training, and classrooms of medical colleges swelled to capacity. Most classes could easily be taught in lecture halls to many students, but anatomy classes had the special requirement of a corpse for lecture and demonstration purposes. Until the 19th century, Britain's laws specified that the only cadavers that could be used in these classes were those of recently executed criminals, as religious thought and superstitions of the time deemed it unthinkable to disturb a person's remains. The number of executions was, as William Roughhead wrote, wholly inadequate to meet the growing needs, and the surgeons and barbers' apprentices had been in use diligently to till the soil and reap the harvest of what had been finally called death's mailing. This practice soon became the regular occupation of some underworld characters, and author Hugh Douglas wrote of the proficiency of these workers. Grave robbers could open a grave, remove a body, and restore the soil between patrols of the night watch. Relatives of the subject could mourn by the grave the following day, unaware that their loved one was gracing some anatomy slab in Edinburgh. Upon receiving a delivery of a cadaver from someone other than those authorized to transport criminals' corpses, doctors and their assistants most likely suspected that the bodies were from graves, but generally said nothing in order to keep the anatomy classes full of interested and paying students. Irishmen William Burke and William Hare, however, developed a more direct method to provide fresh cadavers to Edinburgh anatomy schools. In one of his later confessions, William Burke gave a brief biography of himself. Burke is 36 years of age, was born in the parish of Orry, near Tyrone in Ireland. Served 7 years in the army, most of that time as an officer's servant in the Donegal militia. He was married at Ballina, in the county of Mayo, when in the army, but left his wife and 2 children in Ireland. She would not come to Scotland with him. He's often written to her, but got no answer. He came to Scotland to work at the Union Canal, and wrought there while it lasted. He resided for about 2 years in Peebles, and worked as a labourer. He wrought as a weaver for 18 months, and as a baker for 5 months. He learned to mend shoes as a cobbler with the man he lodged with in Leith. While lodging at Maddiston during his work on the canal, Burke met Helen MacDougall, a native Scot who was then, after separating from her legal husband, living with a man with whom she had 2 children. Burke and MacDougall left Maddiston together after the canal work was done, apparently leaving the 2 children behind, and the couple journeyed to Peebles and Leith and then to Edinburgh, scraping out a living by working on farms, selling old clothes, and mending shoes. William Hare had also journeyed from Ireland to Scotland to work on the Union Canal, although it's not known if he ever encountered Burke there. After the completion of the canal, Hare went to Edinburgh and found cheap lodgings in the area known as Westport at a boarding house of a man named Logue and his wife Margaret, who was also an Irish native. When Logue died in 1826, Hare provided enough comfort to the widowed Margaret that they were soon living as common-law husband and wife and running the lodging house as a married couple. Hare never provided a biography as Burke had, but Hare was described in an 1829 issue of Blackwood's magazine as the most brutal man ever subjected to my sight, and at first looked seemingly an idiot. His face when he laughed, which he often did, collapsed into a hollow, shooting up gastily from chin to cheekbone, and steeped in sullenness and squalor, native to the almost deformed face of the leering miscreant. So utterly loathsome was the whole look of the reptile. When Burke and MacDougall moved to Edinburgh, they took up residence in Westport, and by chance encountered Margaret Hare one day, who invited them back to the boarding house and introduced them to her husband. Soon after, Burke and MacDougall became paying lodgers of the Hares. The 4 of them would quarrel often and could never be described as friends, but they became permanently linked by a shared fondness for whiskey and the desire to make more money, no matter the method. In November of 1827, one of Hare's lodgers, an old army pensioner named Donald, fell ill and died. Hare was not concerned about the man's actual death, but was outraged that Donald had passed away owing £4 in rent. After the authorities had been called to fetch the man's body, Hare came up with a plan to get the money Donald owed him. With Burke's assistance, they took Donald's body out of the coffin and replaced it with an equal weight of tree bark, and hid the corpse until the coffin had been taken away. The 2 then went off to find the offices of anatomy instructor Professor Munro, but, in asking directions, were redirected to the classrooms of Professor Robert Knox. Knox's assistants said that they were interested in the body and to bring it after nightfall. That night, Knox's doorman answered the bell to find Burke and Hare and a large sack. 3 of Knox's assistants examined the body and offered to pay a little over £7 for it. The 2 men quickly agreed and left the doctor's rooms discussing the obvious advantages of this method of making significant amounts of money with so little effort. Another of Hare's lodgers, Joseph the miller, fell ill not many days later. Joseph owed no money to Hare and was not as seriously ill as Donald had been. But Hare and Burke discussed the situation and decided, with no medical expertise whatsoever, that Joseph was going to die and was in pain, and they decided to put him out of his misery. The 2, showing great sympathy for Joseph's discomfort, gave the sick man glasses of whiskey until Joseph fell unconscious. Then one of the men held Joseph's nose and mouth shut, while the other spread himself across the victim's prone body, pinning the arms and preventing any struggle. Joseph never regained consciousness and was soon on Knox's doorstep. Inadvertently, Burke and Hare had stumbled onto a foolproof method of murder with Joseph. It appeared that the victim had died from illness or drunkenness, and there were no incriminating marks. They would repeat the process frequently over the next 11 months. Hare's other lodgers continued to be healthy, and so Burke and Hare eventually felt the need to seek out new merchandise for Dr. Knox outside of the lodging house. In February of 1828, elderly Abigail Simpson traveled to Edinburgh to collect her pension money. She started back home with a few shillings in her pocket when she met up with William Hare, who invited her to his lodging house to have a dram and rest up before her long journey home. She agreed, and soon Burke and Helen joined her and the Hares, and they all drank until the evening. Being cold and dark, Abigail was easily persuaded to stay the night and then continue home the following morning. Burke and Hare had other ideas for her, but they were also so inebriated that they both fell asleep. The following morning, Abigail awoke with a bad hangover and accepted Burke and Hare's remedy of a little more whiskey. The first whiskey was followed by another, and soon Abigail was once again asleep on the bed. She didn't put up a fight as Burke and Hare smothered her, and her body was packed into a tea chest and taken that evening to Knox's rooms. For the first time, Dr. Knox personally inspected the body, and he remarked on the freshness of the cadaver, but did not inquire further. He authorized a payment of £10. This flow of easy money coming into Burke and Hare's pockets did not cause them to save any of their bounties. The foursome primarily used the money on liquor, and it passed from their hands almost as quickly as it had been earned, and soon after one sale to Dr. Knox had been completed, they needed to begin looking for their next victim. Not long after Abigail's demise, another of Hare's lodgers, an Englishman who sold matches, fell ill. As they had with Joseph, Burke and Hare charitably put the poor man out of his suffering. Although Hare and Burke would later swear that neither Margaret nor Helen knew anything about the murders, the next merchandise brings this assertion into question. One day, Margaret Hare encountered an old woman out in the streets of Edinburgh and brought her back to her house where she began giving the woman whiskey. Margaret told the woman she should lie down, but the old woman declined and kept drinking. After 3 attempts, Margaret finally got the woman to rest in bed and quickly sent for her husband and Burke, who later appeared at Dr. Knox's doorstep that evening with a fresh delivery. On the morning of April 9th, 1828, 18-year-old Westport prostitutes Mary Patterson and Janet Brown began their day by heading to a local tavern. While drinking their first whiskies of the day, they encountered William Burke, who invited them back to his house for breakfast. Mary readily agreed, but Janet took more convincing. Yet soon, all three went off to Burke's brother's home, where the drinking continued, and they had breakfast. Mary fell asleep at the table, and so Burke asked Janet to accompany him to another tavern, where Janet drank more but did not become inebriated. Burke took her back to his brother's house and offered her more drink, but was surprised by the sudden appearance of Helen, who screamed at Burke and Janet. A fight ensued as Burke shouted back and eventually threw Helen out. Mary apparently continued to sleep through the violence. Janet, upset by the incident, prepared to leave, although Burke tried several times to convince her to stay. Janet refused but said she would return after Helen, who was still screaming and cursing from outside the door, had left. Instead of going home, Janet stopped by the lodging house of a Mrs. Lowry, with whom she and Mary had once lodged. Janet told Lowry of the day's events, and the landlady became concerned for Mary's safety and told Janet and one of her servants to return to Hare's and fetch Mary back immediately. On returning to Burke's brother's home, Janet found only the Hares and Helen in the house. She was told that Mary had gone out with Burke, but would return soon. Janet sent the servant back to Mrs. Lowry's and sat down to wait. The servant told Mrs. Lowry what had happened, and the landlady again became alarmed and told the servant to go back and bring Janet back with her. Janet dutifully returned to Mrs. Lowry's, avoiding for the third time that day the fate that had already befallen Mary. Mary Patterson's murder was the riskiest Burke and Hare had yet committed. When they brought the body to Dr. Knox's, several of his students recognized her, probably from having hired her services previously. Burke and Hare chose not to elaborate on how they came into possession of the body, and Knox's doorman stated that her body was so good a specimen that many of the students took sketches of it, one of which is in my possession. Janet would continue to walk the dark streets of Edinburgh, inquiring about her friend Mary's whereabouts at every opportunity. The money collected for Mary Patterson soon ran out, and Burke and Hare went on watch for new sources of income. Opportunities quickly presented themselves. In his legitimate work as a cobbler, Burke occasionally bought leather from a beggar woman named Effie. One morning she attempted to sell some scraps to Burke, who invited her in and took her out to the lodging house's stable. After several drinks, Effie fell asleep in the straw. Burke went to fetch Hare, and that evening they were £10 richer. Having brought several bodies to Dr. Knox without casting overt suspicion on himself, other than the recognition of Mary Patterson's body, Burke became even bolder and began taking more risks. In the streets one morning, he encountered two policemen carrying an obviously drunken woman to jail so that she could sleep off the previous night's entertainment. Burke told the officers that he knew the woman, even knew where she lived, and would take her home and see that she was properly taken care of. She was, and Burke and Hare divided another £10 that night. In June of 1828, Burke found an old man wandering the streets and lured him with promises of whiskey to come home with them. They were later stopped by an old woman and a young boy who asked for directions to the home of a friend of theirs. Burke said he knew exactly where they needed to go and abandoned the old man, who cursed him over the loss of the promised whiskey, and said he would take them to their friends. But why not stop and rest first at his house? The woman agreed and explained that the boy was her deaf grandson, and they were not familiar with Edinburgh. The woman was soon inebriated from the refreshments that were offered, and while her grandson was with Margaret and Helen in another room, Burke and Hare murdered the woman by their usual method. A debate then began about the boy. Being young, they feared he would not take whiskey, but they were afraid to let him go out on the streets where he might lead people back to the house. When the boy became increasingly anxious about the absence of his grandmother, Burke grabbed the boy and broke the child's back over his knee, although he later claimed that the boy had been smothered. Both bodies were wedged into an old herring barrel and fetched £8 each from Dr. Knox. Also in June, Burke and Helen took a brief respite from his work to visit some of Helen's relatives. In his later confession, Burke stated that prior to their leaving, Margaret suggested that Helen be murdered, but Burke refused. Probably for this reason, and also because Burke discovered that Hare had been working solo in supplying Dr. Knox during his absence, Burke and Helen moved out of Hare's lodging house and into quarters nearby soon after returning from their vacation. Although living separately, the two men continued to ply their trade as a team. A Mrs. Ostler came to Burke's new boarding house for a celebration in honor of the landlord's new baby and was never seen again. A relative of Helen's, Anne McDougall, visited in Edinburgh and stayed with Burke and Helen. Anne was soon dispatched by the usual method, although Burke nobly persuaded Hare to take an active part in that murder, since Anne was a distant friend of Burke's. Anne turned out to be a good friend indeed, providing Burke and his partner with another £10. William Hare met Mary Haldane, an elderly prostitute, in the Edinburgh streets and invited her back to the lodging house for a dram. Burke joined them, and Mary drank and fell asleep in the lodging house's stable. She was murdered quickly, but Mary's daughter Peggy, who had been told her mother had been seen with Hare earlier, went to Hare's to ask about her whereabouts. Upon arrival, Margaret and Helen heatedly denied Mary or any prostitute would be allowed into their house. An argument ensued that Hare stopped by saying that Mary had been there earlier, but had later left. Hare then offered Peggy a drink, and then another, and once Burke arrived, she soon joined her mother at Dr. Knox's. The disappearance of Mary Haldane caused suspicion, as she was a well-known character in the neighborhood, and many noticed her absence. Burke and Hare were further emboldened by not being caught, however, and next targeted a very well-known neighborhood resident whose murder would almost be their undoing. 18-year-old James Wilson, known as Daft Jamie in the Westport neighborhood, was a well-known local character. He entertained local children with riddles and jokes, and he lived on the streets or with kind souls who would offer him shelter, although he frequently visited his widowed mother. His only prized possessions were a snuff box and a snuff spoon that had 7 holes in it that Jamie used as a calendar to tell the days of the week. In early October of 1828, Hare came across Jamie wandering the streets looking for his mother, although some versions say Margaret was the one who found him. Hare told him that he knew where his mother was and invited him back to his house to wait for her. Burke was in a local tavern and watched the two go by and observed Hare lead poor Jamie in as a dumb lamb to the slaughter and as a sheep to the shearers. Burke was fetched from the tavern by Margaret, and the Hares and Burke tried to convince Jamie to have some whiskey. Jamie drank only a small amount and refused more, although he was soon dozing on a spare bed. Burke and Hare attempted to put their usual method of killing into play, but Jamie was strong and fought back, successfully enough that he pinned Burke, who screamed to Hare for help. Both men eventually overpowered Jamie and smothered him. That evening, the two men collected £10 for Jamie's body, Suspicion grew quickly, however, because Jamie's mother made constant inquiries of her son's whereabouts. Also, when his body was uncovered at Dr. Knox's, several of the students easily recognized Jamie by his face and by a well-known deformity of his foot. Dr. Knox denied that the body was Jamie, but began the dissection quickly, focusing first on those most recognizable features. On Halloween morning, Burke was taking his usual morning whiskey in his local tavern when an old woman entered and began talking with the patrons. Noticing that she had an Irish accent, Burke bought her a dram, and she sat down and said she was Mary Dougherty from Inishowen. Burke said that his own mother was a Dougherty from Inishowen and that they must be related. Having established this bond, he easily persuaded the old woman to come to his house. The visitor was warmly received by Helen and by a couple, James and Anne Gray, who were lodging with Burke and Helen. Burke convinced Dougherty to stay overnight with them and arranged for the Grays to spend the night at the Hare's lodging house. The arrangements being settled, everyone drank in celebration of Halloween, and the whiskey flowed long past nightfall. The Grays eventually left, but were told to return for breakfast the next morning. The festivities continued, and neighbors later claimed to have heard dancing and drinking and arguments coming from Burke and Helen's rooms. Around midnight, an upstairs neighbor was passing by Burke and Helen's door and heard two men arguing and a woman's voice calling out, "Murder!" and "Get the police, there's murder here!" The man ran back to the street but could not find a policeman. Passing by the door again, the man stopped but heard nothing, so he assumed the crisis was over and went up to his own rooms. The following morning, the Grays returned and found Mary Dougherty was gone. They asked after her, and Helen told them that she'd thrown the old lady out for being overly friendly with Burke. Anne Gray later went near the spare bed to get some socks she'd left behind, but Burke shouted at her to stay away from the bed. Burke yelled at her a second time when she went near the bed in order to fetch some potatoes. In the early evening, the Grays found themselves momentarily alone in the house, so Anne Gray took a peek and saw the body of an old woman lying beneath the bed. Both Grays bolted from the house, running into the returning Helen, who asked where they were going. James Gray was outraged and asked Helen what she knew about the body. Helen panicked and begged them not to say anything, claiming that their silence would be worth £10 a week. This further incensed the Grays, and James chastised Helen for bringing disgrace upon her family, and the couple went out to fetch a policeman. Helen and Margaret quickly went off to warn their spouses, and were fast enough that when the police arrived at Burke and Helen's that night, there was nobody in the house. A neighbor told the police that two men had recently left the house carrying a tea chest. Burke and Helen returned home soon after and innocently asked what the matter was. The police separated the two and asked them individually what had become of the old woman who had been there the previous night. Burke, feeling confident that he and Helen had their alibis in sync, stated that Mrs. Dougherty had left their home at 7 o'clock that morning. Helen agreed that she had left at 7 o'clock, but claimed that the woman had left at 7 in the evening. This 12-hour discrepancy was suspicious enough that Burke and Helen were taken in for more questioning. An anonymous tip led the police to Dr. Knox's classrooms, where Dougherty's body was found, and James Gray positively identified it. The Hares soon joined Burke and Helen in prison, and the police began to slowly unravel the disappearances of so many people from Westport during the previous 11 months. The busy days following Halloween included an official autopsy of Mary Dougherty, the questioning of Burke's and Hare's neighbors, and multiple interviews with the four accused. The four had apparently not synchronized their stories. Their tales varied from stating that they had never met Dougherty to Burke's telling of a strange man, whom he named as William Hare, coming to his house to get his shoes repaired and who had a large tea chest with him. Helen apparently did not know of this story, however, and she did not echo this alibi or claim that William Hare was a stranger. On November 6th, an Edinburgh newspaper reported on rumors of individuals having of late disappeared, including a sort of half-witted lad called Daft Jamie. This report caught the interest of Janet Brown, who went to the police and identified some of the clothing the police had found in Burke's house as Mary Patterson's. The public was outraged and called for justice against all four principals and Dr. Knox as well. The Lord Advocate, however, was in a quandary about how and whom to prosecute, as there had been no eyewitness to any of the actual killings. The entire case depended on circumstantial evidence which, even including the Gray's testimony and Janet's identification of Mary Patterson's clothing, was weak at best. He also suspected that Helen and Margaret were secondary players and that neither would testify against her male counterpart. After 1 month of vacillation, under the assumption that Burke had been the leader of the two men, a deal was made where William Hare would receive immunity if he testified against Burke and Helen. Hare readily agreed, and soon after, Burke and Helen were both charged with the murder of Mary Docherty. Burke was also charged with the killings of Daft Janey and Mary Patterson, and their trial began on Christmas Eve. The prosecution brought forth both Hares, who testified that Burke and/or Helen were the main players in the murders, and other witnesses who claimed to have seen the victims in Burke or Helen's company shortly before they disappeared. In defense, Burke's counsel tried to downplay Burke's role in the murders, and Helen's solicitor suggested that it was Helen, terrified by seeing Docherty killed, who the neighbor overheard crying murder that Halloween night. Christmas morning, the jury deliberated for only 50 minutes and came back with their verdicts. Burke was guilty, and Helen was freed by the uniquely Scottish, not proven verdict. On hearing of the news, Burke reportedly cried and embraced Helen, saying, "You are out of the scrape." Burke was executed on January 28, 1829. In the month between his sentencing and the execution, he gave 2 detailed confessions. In both of them, he cited 16 murders that he and/or Hare had committed, although he got confused with the order of the murders between the 2 confessions. At his scaffold, enormous crowds shouted for Hare and Dr. Knox to join him at the gallows. Helen, on being released, went back to the house she had shared with Burke, where an angry mob found her and the police had to be summoned so she could escape. She left Scotland for England, but news of the murders had spread as far south as Newcastle, and police once again had to protect her from vigilantes in that city. After Newcastle, it's not known what became of her, although lore states that she went to Australia and died there in 1868. Margaret Hare also disappeared. After her release, she escaped angry mobs in Glasgow and Greenock and is believed to have eventually journeyed back to Ireland. William Hare was released in early February of 1829, but did not meet up with Margaret. The last known sighting of him was south of the English town Carlisle, although a popular later tale tells of his being blinded by a mob who threw him into a lime pit, and of him becoming a beggar on the streets of London. Dr. Robert Knox attempted to remain in Edinburgh, and he maintained a silence about any suspicions he might have had about how Burke and Hare supplied his classroom with such fresh corpses. Angry crowds occasionally mobbed his house and classrooms, but he continued lecturing and giving classes until the number of students who wanted to study under a man associated with Burke and Hare dropped dramatically. He twice applied for vacant positions within Edinburgh University's medical school, but was rejected both times. He eventually moved to London, where he held a post at the cancer hospital before passing away in 1862. Burke and Hare would live on in the culture of Britain, and stories of their crimes would eventually become known around the world. Ironically, they would become most well known as the kings of the grave robbers, although no proof has ever come to light that they had ever robbed a single grave. In fact, in Burke's confessions of the 16 murders, he specifically denied ever engaging in the much lesser crime of grave robbing. Dramatizations of the Westport murders played to packed houses in Britain throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries in melodrama theaters and community playhouses. In the 1930s, James Bridie's play The Anatomist portrayed the tale on the formal theater stage. Films such as The Greed of William Hart, The Body Snatcher, The Doctor and the Devils, and The Flesh and the Fiends depicted Burke and Hare's story with varying degrees of accuracy. Their crimes even added to the English language. Although not commonly used today, the verb to burke still means to murder someone by violent means or by smothering. And finally, the Westport murders have entered the timeless culture of children's folklore. Threats of visits from Burke and Hare are used by some parents to discipline unruly children, and the pair are even prominently featured in a couple of sing-song rhymes that accompany children's jump rope and hopscotch games. Up the close and down the stair, in the house with Burke and Hare. Burke's the butcher, Hare's the thief, Knox, the boy who buys the beef. Burke and Hare fell down the stair, with a body in a box, going to Dr. Knox.